Good morning, all. In the book Going Viral, former DG ICMR Dr. Balaram Bhargav writes, imagine having to solve a complicated jigsaw puzzle where the pieces are all in different rooms and on different floors. The stairs are broken and you must find your way around blindfolded. And then put the pieces together as fast as possible before the whole house falls down. This was the situation 2 years back when the pandemic struck our planet. In this session, the experts will discuss their experience of research at the time of COVID pandemic. Now I invite on stage Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USA, and Dr. Arun Bandyopadhyay, IICB India, to grace their seats and chair the session. Thank you, sir.
So welcome to post-tea session. The attendance is very poor. I think people will keep on coming. Still poster session is going on. So our first speaker, so me and Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, chair of this session, both are chairing this session. Let me start this session. First, we'll start with Dr. Manoj Murekar. I think Dr. Manoj Murekar will be online. So we request the organizer to start the session lecture.
Hello.
COVID time. I'm going to share our experiences of conducting COVID-19 sero surveys in India and key lessons from these sero surveys. Let me first talk about the need for COVID-19 sero surveys. Most COVID infections are mild or asymptomatic in nature, and hence such cases are less likely to be detected by facility-based surveys. And in that context, sero surveys provide reliable information about extent of spread of infection in the community. Sero surveys also generate data to understand the epidemiology, especially in identifying high-risk groups or areas at high risk of transmission. Repeated sero surveys, if they are conducted in same geographical area, are also useful to measure the trend of infection. Now, this slide shows the COVID-19 sero surveys that were conducted globally. As per the Sero Tracker data, a total of 3,875 sero surveys were conducted during COVID pandemic, and that included nearly 32 million participants. Well, as per the systematic review, 54 seroprevalence studies were conducted in India, and most of these studies were conducted during the first wave of COVID-19. Indian Council of Medical Research conducted 4 national level sero surveys for SARS-CoV-2. And these sero surveys were coordinated by ICMR's National Institute of Epidemiology. The first survey was conducted during June 2020, when the COVID cases had started to increase in the country. The second survey was conducted during August-September 2020, when the first wave was nearing its peak. The third survey was conducted at the end of the first wave, and the fourth survey was conducted during July 2021, when the second wave had declined. The objectives of these sero surveys were to estimate age-specific seroprevalence of IgG antibodies against SARS-CoV-2, identify socio-demographic risk factors, and estimate infection to case ratio at different time points. Let me briefly tell about the sampling procedures and sample size for these sero surveys. So each of these sero surveys was conducted in 70 randomly selected districts from country. We followed a multi-stage sampling methodology. In the first stage, we selected 10 villages or wards from each district by population proportion to size method. We then selected 4 random starting points in each cluster, and starting from this random starting point, 10 consenting individuals were selected. So in the first zero survey, 1 adult was selected from each household randomly, whereas in the second and third zero survey, 10 individuals aged 10 years and above were selected from each starting point. In the last zero survey, we included 10 individuals aged 6 years and above in the survey. This included a minimum of 1 child aged 6 to 9 years, 2 children aged between 10 to 17 years, and 7 individuals were aged between 18 years and above. Now, this slide summarizes the results of 4 national level zero survey. The first graph on left-hand side, upper left-hand side, gives the seroprevalence of IgG antibodies against SARS-CoV-2 at different time points. During April-May 2020, less than 1% of India's population was exposed to the virus. And this proportion increased to 7% during August-September 2020, 24% at the end of the first wave, and about 67% at the end of second wave. The graph on the right side shows age-specific seroprevalence. The seroprevalence was not different by age group during the second and third serosurvey. In the fourth round, we observed that about 57% of children aged 5 to 9 years were seropositive. And this seropositivity was mainly on account of natural infection, because this age group was not targeted for COVID-19 vaccine. The seroprevalence was higher among individuals aged 45 to 60 and 60 plus. And this was on account of both natural infection as well as COVID-19 vaccine. The graph on the lower left side shows seroprevalence by locality. During the second and third serosurveys, we observed that seroprevalence was highest in urban slum, followed by urban non-slum areas, and was lowest in rural areas. And this gradient appeared fading at the end of second wave, with seroprevalence comparable in rural as well as urban areas. The last graph shows the infection to case ratio. It in fact indicates number of SARS-CoV-2 infections per lab sample of COVID-19 case. During the initial months of the pandemic, infection to case ratio was 82 per lab sample case, and this declined to 32 by August 2020, 27 by December 2020, and 22 by July 2021. And this decline in ICR was mainly on account of increase in testing infrastructure in the country, as well as increase in number of tests that are done in the country. Now, let me talk about experiences and lessons learned from these zero surveys. The zero surveys were designed to measure seroprevalence at the national level, and overall, about 27% of the clusters were from urban areas, which was comparable, and this proportion was comparable to the proportion of urban population. The repeated cross-sectional surveys provided trend of infection at different time points. And also, the survey was tailored to evolving needs. For example, inclusion of children aged 10 years and above, the second and third zero survey, and children aged more than 5 years in the fourth zero survey. Another important point was political will for conducting these zero surveys. We also received excellent administrative support for conducting these zero surveys from district as well as state authorities. And this was possible because of communication from Secretary Department of Health Research and DG ICMR to the state health secretaries, as well as from state authorities to district heads. Because of this, we were able to complete the field work in 3 to 4 weeks' time in all 70 districts. Another important point was fast-track approvals. ICMR had established different working groups under COVID-19 National Task Force. The Epidemiology and Surveillance Working Group reviewed the proposals for each zero survey And the Central Ethics Committee of ICMR reviewed this proposal and facilitated quick implementation of the nationwide zero survey. For conducting zero surveys of this scale, we needed partner institutes in different states. We partnered with almost every ICMR institute in the country, the state government institutes, medical colleges, as well as state health department in the conduct of these zero surveys. Participation of community is very important for any community-based survey. As you can see in this table, participation rates during different zero surveys ranged between 81 to 92%. And this was mainly because of involvement of local health authorities in the survey. Acceptance of providing blood sample was also high. And one of the reasons which I think was that participants wanted to know the status of their past infection. Of course, we faced lower acceptance in some clusters, especially clusters in urban areas. And this was mainly on account of fear that the studying teams might introduce new infections among the participants, or fear of isolation or quarantine following the positive result, and fatigue due to repeated blood sample collections that happened during the surveys. We needed a large number of human resources, that is field workers or lab technicians, to conduct field activities. Incidentally, the National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis had initiated National TB Prevalence Survey in India in 2019. And they had 23 teams all over the country. And because of COVID pandemic, the fieldwork for TB prevalence survey was on board. The survey teams were well experienced in data collection, using tablets, and collecting blood samples. So we deployed the TB prevalence survey teams for COVID survey. And wherever required, technical as well as scientific staff from ICMR institutes as well as state health department were involved. 4 surveys of this size also needed very good coordination. From NI, which coordinated these zero surveys, we pooled human resources from other ongoing projects and formed small teams for monitoring the field activities in each state. The use of technology was another important lesson from these zero surveys. Since it was lockdown, all the training activities were conducted virtually. We adopted a cascaded approach for training with NI and NIRT staff training the site principal investigators and the site principal investigator in turn conducting the training of their field staff in the presence of NI monitoring. We also developed short videos for each component of the survey, and these videos were shared with all survey teams. These training activities were conducted for each round of series. Then we also established WhatsApp groups for every state to track the progress of field work, troubleshoot any issues coming on from the field activity, and share feedback on the data that was collected. And lastly, we used ODK app for data collection, and this enabled real-time data collection during the survey. Choice of IgG antibody test is very crucial in any zero survey. During the first zero survey, we used indigenously developed COVID Kavach ELISA. However, this ELISA test had a lower specificity, about 92%. And since the prevalence of infection was very low at that during the first round, we tested all the samples which were positive on COVID Kavach ELISA with another ELISA kit to increase the specificity. From the second round onwards, we used automated chemiluminescence test to detect antibodies against nucleic acid as well as spike protein, and also fast track tests. We shared the results of zero survey with district as well as state departments as aggregated results. And the results of serological tests were also shared with individual participants by SMS, along with the interpretation of results. And I think this was one of the important reasons for high participation rates that we observed in the 4 states. Of course, we also had faced several challenges during the conduct of these zero survey. The first important challenge, I think, was mobility of the field team during lockdown. Access to certain areas were also interrupted. due to climatic conditions, especially in Jammu and Kashmir and some parts of Himachal Pradesh. For transporting samples from 70 districts to a central lab in Chennai was another challenge, and this was partly addressed by recruitment of a central courier agency. Field teams were at risk of acquiring infection during the survey, as well as infecting the study participants. This was addressed by ensuring adherence to PPE and following social distancing measures among study participants. And in spite of these precautions, several team members acquired COVID-19 infection during the series of survey. But we ensured that the state PI takes care of the management of infected persons. As expected, some institutes faced the issue of procurement of survey logistics, such as the sample collection kits or PPE, and wherever required, this was addressed by procuring the supplies centrally, transporting them by road or by air. So to summarize, the 4 national level surveys generated timely and reliable data about extent of SARS-CoV-2 infection at different time points in the pandemic. And this was possible because of strong political will, as well as administrative support for the survey team, collaboration with multiple institutes, fast-track approvals from technical agencies, use of technology, and mobilizing the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Dr. Murekar is here for question answer. Thank you, Dr. Murekar, for excellent elaboration, experience of conducting COVID-19 surveys in India. We all are party to that. Many of us are also engaged in survey. So now it's open for any questions or comments. Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. I'm really impressed looking at your sampling frame. It was quite robustly done, and it was a very good study. I just have a comment and a question. So when you actually presented the age-specific distribution of the positivity, seropositivity, probably this is a just proportional distribution, right? Because you probably don't have enough sample size to give power to calculate this seroprevalence within an age group. So this is a comment. I don't know whether you may have a better clarity. My other question was, I think 2 questions I have. So you mentioned that you also had a surrogate testing for identifying infection. So did you have a chance to check the seropositivity was associated with the recent infection or no infection, anything at that level? And the second would be, you actually moved to CLIA from the original test methodology. Did you see any difference in the results but by changing the methods? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Your first question was about age-specific seroprevalence. So this is not proportion, this is age-specific seroprevalence, and we had enough numbers to estimate seroprevalence along with 95% confidence interval for each age group. Although the age groups are fairly broad. And as I mentioned in that graph, in the 4 sero survey, we had also included children aged 6 to 9 years, in addition to other age groups. And in fact, since the prevalence was increasing, the required sample size was very less to estimate the prevalence. But we kept the sample size of 28,000, a minimum sample size of 28,000 per survey, that is 400 per district throughout all the 4 sero surveys. Your second question was about recency of infection. And that was in the first sero survey, we didn't have much choice. We had only one indigenously developed ELISA kit to measure IgG antibodies. From the second sero survey onwards, we measured nucleic acid antibodies, which are more likely to detect the recent infection, because we know that the nucleic acid antibodies are likely to disappear early as compared to spike protein antibodies. And the last question, I missed that one. What was the last question? Can you please repeat?
Need the mic.
Due to change of the methodology, did you see any difference in your result?
Yeah, so I agree that was one issue in this 4-0 surveys. We used different kits or different test assays in different zero surveys. But what we did was we adjusted our overall seroprevalence with the sensitivity and specificity of these tests. And therefore, we feel that the seroprevalence measures were comparable. Seroprevalence estimates were comparable in 4-0 surveys. In the 3rd and 4th zero survey, we had same ELISAs, both spike. We measured spike as well as nucleic acid antibodies using the same kits. But in the first survey, yes, we had a totally different ELISA, totally different assay. But as I mentioned, we adjusted our overall seroprevalence with the kit sensitivity and specificity. 4.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Manoj, for your excellent talk. Now we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is another talk is here. It is not written in the program. So we have added one more speaker here, Dr. Shubhajit Biswas from CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Biology. He will speak on SARS-CoV-2 antibodies can neutralize dengue virus, and antibodies to both viruses are cross-reactive to each other in diagnostic serological tests. Shubhajit is actually a virologist from CSIR IICB. He worked in COVID mitigation program from the day 0 in Survey and COVID testing and also COVID research. He works in dengue. Shubhajit, you have 15 minutes time, 12 minutes for your talk and 3 minutes for discussion, because you will invite many questions, I know. 12 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay, and my honorable director, CSIR IICB. So good morning and welcome to all of you to my presentation entitled SARS-CoV-2 antibodies can neutralize dengue virus, and antibodies to both viruses are cross-reactive to each other in diagnostic serological tests. Now, this is quite surprising. So let me first summarize the results so that you are aware of what is going on. We observed around April 2020, just after the onset of the pandemic, that the global severity maps of dengue and COVID-19 across the world didn't overlap. And there were less COVID-19 mortality and severity in the tropical belts, particularly Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, Africa, parts of South America, where dengue is endemic. So then we investigated, and what we found that about 22 to 38% of archived dengue serum samples predating the pandemic, they cross-reacted in SARS-CoV-2 rapid antibody tests. First we saw, and then a team from Israel also saw the same. In the reverse way, we have seen that just after the pandemic, incidences of dengue in 2021, they were much less compared to what usually happens. So we again checked and we found that more than 90% of SARS-CoV-2 antibody positive serum samples cross-reacted in dengue rapid as well as ELISA tests. The LFIS, like lateral flow immunoassay-based tests and ELISA tests. So this is very surprising. So there are some indirect evidences also. You will see that many countries like Guangzhou, China, Sri Lanka, and also recent from Indonesia, they also reported, for different reasons they reported, but they reported that the incidences of dengue were really low during 2020-21, and they published it in PNADS top journals, even Lancet, but they didn't know actually why. So you can read this paper to really understand how we said that mortality and severity were less in the post-pandemic or during the pandemic in dengue endemic regions. I will not go into details. So here, we summarize the results. You can see this particular paper that 38% from dengue samples, we actually show it fast globally, that from 2017, the thing is that there was no pandemic at that time, coronavirus during 2017. Those serum samples, they reacted in SARS-CoV-2 rapid antibody tests. What do you mean by that? So you can see these are the archived serum samples in the freezer, which actually 5 of 13 of them reacted in 2 different COVID antibody tests, ImmunoQuick and AppCheck, which are being used. And you have also dengue negative sera from the same time. They didn't cross-react in dengue as expected, as well as in COVID. So that shows that it is not background in the serum that is causing this problem. I will show you this particular slide, which is very dramatic. You see sample number 15. It is a 2017 dengue sample producing IgM here. It is a control band, and the same is producing IgG
For timely completion. There are a lot of questions. Actually, Subhajit's findings, questions, they test COVID, not COVID test, dengue test, serological test. Now, Momita's question.
It's a very nice talk, Shubhajita. So I have a question that is very practical. If both the dengue antibody and the COVID antibodies are cross-reactive, now most of the people in Kolkata are all vaccinated. They are having anti-spike protein antibodies. So what is the reason of a higher amount of dengue cases that we are seeing these days?
You haven't asked that question, I would have asked that question myself. So, question and the question I expected. Now, this study actually helps us to understand dengue epidemiology. Remember, I have mentioned the two serotypes, dengue 1, we utilize, dengue 2, the Taiwan 2, but nobody checked dengue 3. Dengue 3 has to be checked, and that's going on in my lab. Dengue 4,
Okay.
I'm very sure it's hard work, but it's often different to all the serotypes, availability, etc. And that's what happened now in all over Bangladesh as well as India is dengue serotype 3. So what is happening and it's severe? How to answer that? One and 2020-21, you had TB1 and TB2 is the most prevalent, especially in Southeast Asia. TB2 is neutralized by corona. TB1 is also neutralized. The virus is born, but the system contains your antibody. TB1 and TB2. Now, mosquito has injected with TB3, 1 and 2. 1 and 2 virus will be neutralized, but 3 will be selected. Unfortunately, the antibodies 1 and 2 will not neutralize TB3.
Yes.
Instead, what will happen? It will cause the TB2 to enter more into the system by well-established phenomenon known as antibody resistance. That's the reason why maybe we are seeing huge flare of TB3. And also some of my friends are asking why there are TB2 as well. Because TB2, you don't think it is blocked TB2. The TB3 is also mutated. The TB3 is the RNA virus of all these species, there are 5 serotypes. 2 is also mutated. In the face of the pressure of COVID sera, as well as TB1 and 2 sera, 2 is also mutating. And I'll be not surprised if when 2 and 3 again come up. So it's not a complete story.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I have another question that you have checked for the neutralization of dengue virus. Have you checked the other way around? Means using the SARS-CoV-2 virus?
That is very important. What happened with SARS-CoV-2, we will see that cross-reactivity has been only 20 to 38%. So what I understand that dengue are not that much protective against COVID-19. Of course, we couldn't test because we did a PSLC laboratory.
Yes.
It was not in our purview. But we have checked in the S protein ELISA, and they are like that. It is not 100%. And that actually explains you that paper which I said. Just one data I'm telling you. India has a population of 1,300 million people. Your number of deaths in India so far, which is COVID-19, is 5.5 lakhs. USA has a population of 600 million people, even less than half, 11 lakh people die. UK, they are all, you see, the death per million population, the figures, it's always 2,000, 3,000 per million population. India, Southeast Asia is 500, 200, 300 per million. So there is a stark difference. I'll not extrapolate that, but luckily, maybe living in this germ theory world, maybe our pre-exposure to dengue helped us. Countries like India, Bangladesh, remember the population, their hygiene, their immune status. They would have been wiped out by the pandemic because God's grace that maybe these sort of operating infection things are.
Thank you, Shubhajit. So we'll not encourage more questions because of the paucity of time. Yeah. So now the session will be continued by.
Sure. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Priya Abraham. She is from ICMR NIV Pune, understanding the 7th coronavirus as COVID-2. Oh, this is a recorded conversation.
And I'm going to be speaking about ICMR NIV's experience with working with the 7th coronavirus infecting man and some of the lessons learned. If we look at the classification of coronaviruses, within the subfamily Coronavirinae are 4 genera, and within these 2 genera, alpha coronaviruses and beta coronaviruses are all of these 7 coronaviruses that have ever infected man. Within the alpha coronaviruses are the human coronavirus 229E and coronavirus NL63. And within the beta coronavirus is the coronavirus HKU1 and OC43 that cause mild respiratory infections. The earlier SARS coronavirus that was detected in November 2002, the MERS coronavirus, and now added to this group is SARS-CoV-2. Where if we look at the beta coronaviruses, there are several subgenera within the beta coronaviruses, the biggest being the sarbecovirus group and several other subgenera. And within the sarbecovirus, we see the earlier SARS virus, which I referred to earlier. And again, you can see the closest homology with this virus are bat coronaviruses. We have SARS-CoV-2 here, the early sequences. And once again, the closest coronaviruses are bat, followed by pangolin sequences. And then if one looked at the other subgenera, we see MERS coronavirus here in Merbecovirus and 2 other human coronaviruses, HKU1 and OC43 in Mbeco genus depicted here. When we heard about this novel pneumonia that was spreading in Wuhan, China, my colleagues in ICMR NIV, physicians, scientists, and laboratory scientists, organized ourselves into 2 groups. The physician scientists geared up for the medical response by putting together this data sheet and case report forms, modeling what is seen in the WHO website, as well as modeling the forms that we used in the previous pandemic, the pandemic H1N1 data forms. And the laboratory scientists, now knowing that this was a coronavirus, began to source primer and probe sequences, both from the Charité lab in Germany, as well as Hong Kong University. We also took some efforts to get positive controls from EVA, and all of this took a little time, but we were in good time because we were able to detect the first cases in India by Jan 30th, 2020, and we quickly geared up into a laboratory strengthening mode and empowering mode, wherein we sent out first reagents for conventional PCR and subsequently reagents and standard operating procedures for real-time PCR by the first week of February. We were dependent on positive controls from overseas, but we quickly made our own positive controls using in vitro transcripts, and we dispatched that too by mid-Feb. So we were, by late Feb, March, we were able to slowly build up the capacity of many labs. And today we know 107 of our VRDL labs and 60 to 70% of government labs use this RT-PCR protocol. We also sent out many reagents after doing quality control checks. As of today, we have sent out over 64 lakh RT-PCR reagents to the length and breadth of this country. We have also done a lot of training up to May, June of 2020. We must have done hundreds of sessions of training for labs scattered across the country. We did very few physical trainings then. These were for labs that were within Pune and in Maharashtra. And our training has really not stopped, not just for SARS-CoV-2, but for Zika, Nipah, KFD, monkeypox, as we have had outbreaks subsequently. And today, if I look back, even in the last 1 year, we have trained over 340 different groups, amounting to about 2,300 people being trained in different molecular techniques. We also then sent out, made a video in NIV and sent it out to different labs in the country, which dealt with testing and biosafety practices. And we were put out the first genetics whole genome sequences of this virus in March of 2020, where we found that the sequences we got from the first cases in India were not identical to Wuhan, but had about a 99.98% homology with the Wuhan seafood market virus. But we could see even then, those two initial whole genome sequences were discrete in that they belong to two different GISAID clades. As of today, over 1.3 million different whole genome sequences have been generated world over. And you can see Europe and North America have been the biggest contributors, Asia occupying a very small segment of this pie, and India contributing to about 1/5 of Asia's sequences. Looking at the density of population in this part of the world, this is far from optimal number of sequencing that we should be doing. We, along with the rest of the world, have been following the evolution of different clades and sublineages over time, right from December 2019 to November of this year. We started with clades L, S, V, and O, which then moved on to G, GH, and others. Today, we are at a GRA clade as per the GISAID classification, which is none other than the Omicron sequence. We've also gone on to follow the Omicron sublineages ever since November of last year. This is Indian data, this is global data, and you can see that largely we mirror the global data, but there are salient differences. If you see here, we were the ones to report the BA.2.75 and then a recombinant, the XBB thereof, which is little different from what we see in the rest of the world. One of our biggest achievements, landmark achievements, was the ability to isolate the virus. And we confirmed that this was, in fact, SARS-CoV-2 by doing whole genome sequencing. Our first whole genome sequences belonged to the G clade. We followed it up with electron microscopy and immune electron microscopy, immune electrophorescence, immune fluorescence, so that we could confirm that what we were actually growing up in the lab was SARS-CoV-2. We've continued to do isolations from March 2020, when we achieved our first isolation, being the 5th country then to isolate. And we've continued to isolate most of the major variants of concern and variants of interest, including Omicron, and all of these have been published. And I'm thankful to Dr. Pragya Yadav and her team who have been diligently working at this. We've also, because we were able to grow the virus, we were also able to look at antiviral susceptibility of many candidate compounds and formulations that were given to us. We interrogated over 100 compounds, of which we could find some reasonable activity of in about 22 out of 100 compounds. This was largely done by Dr. Pragya, Dr. Jayati Molek, Dr. Gajanan, and their teams. Being able to grow the virus also gave us a capacity to make our own whole virion-based antibody detection ELISA. It was the name of Kavach ELISA was coined, and this was an IgG detection ELISA used for the first national sero survey. It has also been used to screen individuals who were recruited as participants of clinical trials for the Covaxin phase 1, 2, 3 trials. And this has been the backbone of much of our serology. But we quickly went on to develop neutralization assays. We developed a microneutralization assay, but more specific and sensitive is the plaque reduction neutralization assay, a very cumbersome assay where we work with live virus, but this has been the backbone of many of our studies. We were able to be the sole laboratory helping with elucidating the findings of the convalescent plasma trial. This was a national trial called the PLACID trial. We were also able to assess titers of hyperimmune equine anti-sera. At that time, members of industry had come to us for the virus, and they used this inactivated virus to inoculate into horses to make hyperimmune anti-sera. At that time, members of industry thought it would be a good alternative to convalescent plasma, and we were able to estimate the very high titers that this process yielded. But we know what the findings of convalescent plasma trial was, and therefore we couldn't persist with the use of hyperimmune equine anti-sera. Antibody responses against natural infection were studied, as well as antibody response to various variants up to Omicron variant of concern in recipients of Covaxin, Covishield, and Sputnik. We're now going to be looking at recipients of Corbevax as well. We've also used them to study breakthrough infections, reinfections, study antibody levels over time, post-vaccination, post-vaccination plus natural infection. And we've also looked at antibody titers after delivery of the booster dose. We've also been able to use many of our abilities to grow the virus, to do neutralization studies, as well as our containment facilities, which were useful to do preclinical trials for both in hamsters and primates for Covaxin, partnering with BBIL, for the only DNA vaccine, doing primate preclinical studies for Zydus cadila. And then there was an RBD VLP candidate that Serum Institute of India had come up with, where we did preclinical studies in hamsters. This did not yield very favorable results, so this did not really, it wasn't really taken forward from here. So what are the lessons learned? And I have given you an overview of some of the activities National Institute of Virology was engaged in. And I would say first is that not only the National Institute of Virology, but all laboratories need to have an attitude of preparedness, because it's only our preparedness that helped us detect the first cases. This was not by prompting from ICMR. We already were on the job on our own. We were on the job on our own to detect monkeypox for the first time in our country. We are now pursuing the lumpy skin disease virus, and also beginning to develop assays for the Sudan virus, which is the an Ebola strain that is circulating in Sudan. Remember, infection anywhere in the world would affect us too. Also, our experience was that Indian firms that made molecular reagents did not put enough attention or focus on maintaining quality consistently. And we really need to have firms that can produce consistently high quality reagents, therefore reducing our dependency on any such reagents from overseas. Also, whole genome sequencing has to be done more vigorously all across our country, so that we will be able to pick up the emergence of any novel strain of SARS-CoV-2 or any new emergent virus. And it's very important not just to generate whole genome sequences, but correlate it with clinical data to know whether the severity is more, is it causing more ICU admissions, is it leading to more deaths, correlating it with other strains. This is really important. We also need to be aware that intersectoral collaboration would be the need of the hour, and we need to get it better next time. But I would also like to say that organizations that have a core expertise should hone that expertise further. Not everybody can do everything. So I feel we on different verticals have certain core expertise. We should hone that and be able to deliver for our nation in a big way in times like this. And vaccine companies need to realize that they need to invest in vaccines even for some other deadly agents, which may not be widely prevalent. Therefore, because they are not widely prevalent, they may not be very remunerative as a commercial vaccine product. If I were to give an example for that of, say, Chiasnode forest disease or Ebola virus, there is also already an Ebola vaccine being made overseas. But if India were to get into this, companies need to come forward to help with making these vaccines. And lastly, we need to remember that what was very important during this pandemic was that there was a lot more public-private partnership that took place. And this was really, really important for us to achieve the goals. And whether it is in the arena of vaccine making or even in the arena of testing and clinical care, we must remember 70% of our healthcare still lies with the private sector. So with that, may I say thank you to our former DG and Secretary DHR, Professor Dr. Balram Bhargav, our current DG and Secretary DHR, Dr. Rajiv Behel, former ECD heads, Dr. Ganga Kedkar and Dr. Samiran Panda, our current head, Dr. Nivedita Gupta, each of my scientific colleagues here at ICMR NIV and its field units, all technical and administrative and supportive staff. Thank you for your patient listening.
So we'll obviously not have questions after this. This was a recorded presentation, but I'm very happy to invite Dr. R.R. Ganga Kedkar after this. Dr. Ganga Kedkar had been involved in the COVID research nationally and also globally, and it'll be wonderful to hear from you, sir.
Today, let me first thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to deliberate on one of the important issues, that is research in COVID time and the lessons that we have learned so far. Perhaps if you look back into what has happened in the last 2.5 years' time, the greatest scientific achievements that have occurred in the COVID pandemic in such a short time was fastest development of COVID vaccines, fastest development of diagnostic tests, monoclonal antibodies, and that too wide variety of monoclonal antibodies, and in terms of numbers and against those different variants, the numbers were huge. And a relative success of a rollout among adults is something which is remarkable per se. Some of the weaknesses that one would, perhaps generic weaknesses that we could look at, is inability to determine mode of transmission, whether droplet or airborne infection, and that has hurt a lot, because we perhaps have spent more energies towards preventing the spread through touch and the infected droplets per se, which was perhaps unnecessary. Trials done during the panic, that was a typical feature. There were multiple issues that arose because of that, which we will try to see subsequently. Communication issues, including social media, preprints, and community mobilization issues, perhaps need for furthermore reflections. Lower priority that was accorded to post-COVID syndrome in India is another issue. And in India, interaction and impact of other infections, and that perhaps has affected mostly not only public health programming, but the trials that were conducted have become far more complicated in terms of analysis. What could have been the impact of this COVID pandemic on these diseases per se. If you look at Indian milestones, the first case was found on January 30th, 2020. We also moved rapidly once we detected the first case as the entire world started moving. We successfully cultured coronavirus in March. Our lockdown started on March 24th in 2020. The first IgG indigenous ELISA was developed by NIV on May 10th. We shared the technology with Cadila immediately. We shared the virus that we had isolated, Bharat Biotech, on May 9th, and the vaccine trials began. And both these vaccines, Covishield as well as Covaxin, were approved on Jan 3rd, and the rollout program began on Jan 16th on 2021. Evolving pandemic and the challenges of the knowledge generations were understood right at ICMR constituted a national task force and 4 expert groups to prioritize research on clinical, diagnostic, and basic sciences, epidemiology, and operations research and vaccines. We established a group of experts with different skills from different ICMR institutions to undertake research together in order to ensure that we will be able to deliver better quality research immediately. But one of the lessons that we have to learn, we need to ensure that every institute should be able to conduct research comprehensively. This is basically an HR issue, that there should be a composition in such a manner that you would have people who work on clinical areas, diagnostic areas, basic science, epidemiology, and also on vaccine development related issues as well. Evolving biomedical ethics guideline in public health emergencies was important, and that was one task which we did immediately. And what was most important was these meetings had to be held virtually. So there were challenges involved in evolving these guidelines per se. If you look at the lockdown, after the lockdown, one of the tasks was we wanted to assess the magnitude of vulnerable population, and therefore we started undertaking national zero surveys. Dr. Murekar is going to present the details, but one of the most important features that we must understand, the circumstances were unusual. We required administrative permissions for movement of research staff. We also had issues related to constitution of research teams, virtual training and study participation was also impacted to a larger degree, because we always wanted to deliver a message which was also accepted by the community, that safe distances are important, try to avoid social contacts. But the take-home message for us is capacity building for decentralized evidence-based planning is necessary to be done. We need to understand how best to prepare communities for research during such public health emergencies, whether it is for drug and vaccine trials or any kind of research activity. That is something which we will have to keep at the back of it. This is the typical slide that we tend to know. That is 6 blind men. Everybody wanted to contribute to the pandemic. They wanted to become researchers and had their own concepts how to treat or prevent this particular infection at that juncture. So these efforts essentially were made by multiple individuals, and the result is very much there. Repurposed drugs were prioritized for undertaking drug trials, and essentially, if we were to summarize in one line, it is a saga of dropping ineffective drugs. And look at those drugs. It is RLPV, that is boosted lopinavir, ivermectin, oseltamivir, favipiravir, SCQ, and there were certain drugs, which importantly, since the trial designs were not good, the way the trials were conducted, perhaps an accurate decision could not be taken. They kept on moving from one end to another, whether they are effective or they are not effective, and that's something which could have been perhaps avoidable. And what were the issues that they faced in clinical trials? If you look at how clinical trials were being done initially, you will find they were essentially single patient based, or insufficient sample size was one of the most important issues. If you look at those which were multi-country trials that took place, one was based on effectiveness design, and that was solidarity trial, in order to ensure that we tend to come out with some kind of outcomes which would be, or interventions that would be utilized quickly. The rigor perhaps cannot be so strong in such effectiveness-based trials, but efficacy-based trials like recovery trial, REMAP-CAP trial, ACCORD, they also made a difference, but we need to keep that at the back of mind. Regulatory monitoring and approvals, perhaps we need to look back and try to see how best we can perform subsequently if we were to handle such an episode again. The pendulum, because of these issues, the pendulum kept on swinging in certain molecules like remdesivir, whether it is effective or not, tocilizumab, whether it is effective or not. And those would have been avoided if we could have come up with how we would conduct these clinical trials in public health emergencies, which we must reflect upon now. Now, if you look at the cumulative publications, this was a time when the publications used to come in larger numbers because everybody wanted to contribute. If you look at COVID-19, by November 2020, it already had more than 70,000 publications in 10 months' time. And look at the other public health problems like influenza, HIV, and look at the number of decades that they have been worked upon. You find their numbers tend to scale compared to what happened with COVID-19. If you look at even September 20th, 2020, there were 9,214 manuscripts that were in preprints because the journals could not keep pace with the numbers that were submitted for review. And naturally, preprints became one of the places from where one could acquire knowledge about what was reported in those manuscripts. But the flip side is also clear. So far, 267 papers have been retracted on COVID, and that's something which should make us think a little more. There was a tsunami of new knowledge, so-called in quotes new knowledge. In response to urgency and delays in publications, preprints came before peer review. And it becomes very difficult for one to actually analyze based on based on these publications, and that becomes especially so for the lay persons or media science related media persons, because the fear of this pandemic itself, made all of these people to try and understand science behind it. And one has to remember that our scientific literacy is comparatively lower in general population. There was huge information explosion, and fake news impacted everything very heavily. We need to devise approaches to overcome these challenges and to mitigate the impact of misinformation through research that we will have to conduct and thereafter developing guidelines. The choices for us in India when it came to vaccines were too few. We did not have newer vaccine technology. So we had to rely on older platform, that is whole inactivated vaccine, which was generated by Bharat Biotech. We had to collaborate with adenovirus-based vaccine for using adenovirus-based vaccine from Oxford for trials to begin with, which became a reality subsequently with the technology being shared with Serum Institute. Covishield could become a possibility. If you look globally, this was a pandemic time. And since there was a hurry, people wanted to develop a lot of things as fast as possible because this was a rapidly spreading infection. Vaccine trials were done parallelly to reduce time. So preclinical and clinical, and even in clinical phase, the parallel trials were designed most often. There were overlapping time intervals per se. AstraZeneca's trial had a group that did not receive a standard dose, but it still got approved because there was no room for delaying these decisions. Such a thing could perhaps be avoidable because if that group had not received a standard dose, you could not have imagined at that particular point in time whether it would have been approved earlier in pre-COVID era. All the vaccine trials had a primary endpoint. The efficacy was actually measured as an interim analysis. And when they wanted to do it, most often the data was in the first week or perhaps around 1 month's time. Now, if you actually look at it, they were actually going to measure primary endpoint as reduction in new infection, and reduction in hospitalization and death was a secondary endpoint. But this was completely overlooked in a short period of time, and we had variants who were actually going for immune evasion, and therefore perhaps the reduction in new infection, for which actually because the primary endpoint was perhaps forgotten by most often, and the result is we will see subsequently the impact that tends to happen. Immunogenicity data, something which we had unheard of to be used as a proxy indicator, was used as a proxy of efficacy while vaccines were facing a challenge of new variants per se. Now, that's something which perhaps had not happened so often in the past. Also, it is important to remember all the vaccines that were developed were on Wuhan virus, and then the effect is naturally seen when new immune evading variants tend to come up. You look at the efficacy that tends to drop for different vaccines that were allowed to be marketed for against infection. You find that as the new variants start developing, the vaccines start losing efficacy against infection, and that's something which is an impact of impact which could have been avoided to some extent. But we must also remember, though this may appear as one deviation, but it is also important to remember if we would have discarded these vaccines and would have actually conducted these vaccine trials as we had decided there could be 1 year's follow-up subsequently, you would perhaps not use these particular vaccines. But the result was that we would have lost so many lives because these vaccines were effective against hospitalization and death. But the impact was also seen. CureVac, which was one of those vaccines which was being used, they suddenly found out because they started late and they found out that they had only 47% efficacy. And when they looked at the breakthrough infections that occurred, the breakthrough infections were from variants. So all these vaccines which were approved, perhaps if we would have had data over a longer period of time, we would have said that they may not be efficacious as much as we wanted against the new, incident infections per se. The news that newer vaccines, which require generally 10 years to develop at least, they're developed in 10 months' time. Now, when you have such a situation, it leads to vaccine eagerness as well as vaccine hesitancy. It all depends on the risk perception of an individual, their understanding of the efficacy and adverse events. Adverse events naturally, since it is developed very quickly, would perhaps be less recorded, and there would always be a scare that a new adverse event could be seen in an individual. Now, it can increase vaccine wastage and also pose challenges for vaccine manufacturers because it becomes very difficult to predict the impact of vaccine hesitancy for these industries at that juncture. And we need to develop effective intervention models to counter them, the vaccine hesitancy. And what is also important is for such a pandemic, one of the strategies which we forgot, since these were multi-dose trials, interchangeability trial design, the issues surrounding how to do it and when to do interchangeability would have been reflected upon because that reduces a lot of tension. Fortunately for a country like India, we had whole inactivated vaccine which was produced in smaller numbers. So these issues did not come up strikingly, but it is still possible that we may have to face it subsequently in future pandemics. When it comes to preventive interventions, there are different approaches that are tried by many with the right intentions in their mind that they wanted to discover something which would make a difference, whether it is allopathic drugs, Ayush drugs, and the so-called immunity boosters, whether it was nutritional or any other interventions that people wanted to try. It is time that one lesson which we must learn, that instead of lamenting on they being unpopular, unproven popular remedies, we need to handhold them now to raise their capacity to generate quality evidence from now on so that even they can be involved in fighting subsequent pandemics in a right manner. When it comes to non-pharmacological interventions, these are behavioral interventions. They depend on risk perception. And the data clearly shows that the risk perception can fall and adherence to these non-pharmacological interventions can perhaps also fall down dramatically. But in order to, since this is a behavioral intervention most often, in order to improve acceptance and sustaining non-pharmacological interventions, you perhaps would have required to use different kinds of models. One of the high level, if you want to have a high level of community engagement, earlier diseases have taught us that we could use a peer-led model, we could use a CPAL model, we could do behavior change communication, use certain gatekeepers in order to provide this. But was that easy? Here, it was perhaps not there because this was a public health emergency. Here, lockdowns and isolation was one of the key features of the disease. So we now need to reflect and develop a theoretical model for use in public health emergencies. All of us remember the Delta upsurge, but Delta upsurge was something which shocked everybody, but it also brought forward the genomic surveillance importance. It emphasized the whole thing. Considering the time that we have spent in an outbreak that comes in wave, now we need to reflect and try to design a smart genomic surveillance. Because if in a surveillance, if in a given wave which tends to last for 6 months or so long, how do we, if we repeatedly do the same thing, we would be spending a lot of money and time. But the issue is, how could we easily pick up anything that is abnormal using smart genomic strategies is something which we have to reflect on. And also, we need to think in terms of developing communication strategy as to how should we be informing people when this particular infection has this is convergent evolution per se. In convergent evolution, whatever might happen, you will find multiple quasi-species that would be present in the population. But if you give this information to people, people may get scared, or people may also lose faith on you, mainly because they may or may not remain as effective when it comes to ensuring that people adhere to what you tend to prescribe subsequently. If you look at Omicron, it had almost 37 different mutations compared to the Wuhan virus. And since there were a lot of mutations that were seen suddenly, people wondered why this must have happened. And one of the theory was this could be perhaps a reflection of reverse zoonosis. We got this particular virus from animals, or it's a zoonotic infection. We got it and we again passed it off repeatedly to different animals that we have, either within our households or in the surrounding. And the result was this infection again came back with newer mutations. But we need to design effective One Health surveillance, recognizing this particular issue as a strategy, which also has to include reverse zoonosis in the mindset at center. There are lessons for Indian academia. We need to develop and maintain rapid vaccine and drug development platforms for emerging and re-emerging infections now. Develop trial capacity. We have to, in India, we have to ensure that we should be in a position to use adaptive trial designs quickly if it is required, to undertake big data analytics, especially when we see that the phase 3 trials sample size is huge. It goes beyond 40,000, and we need to have expertise in big data analytics. Use of AI tools to facilitate selection of trial sites was also a feature for this particular infection as well, because even if the studies were started in some places, you suddenly find that the wave is already gone. And similar things have also been noticed against Zika. It is also seen in dengue or chikungunya. We need to be able to predict which trial site is likely to last longer or is likely to be the next place where I should establish my CRSS per se. Digital technology to monitor and conduct of the trial and SAE recording is also vital from regulatory angles. Now, if you look at what has happened, look at this is now February 2021 data. When you actually look at different drug classes, different drugs that were actually being developed, and some of them went into clinical studies, you find the numbers are so huge. But today, if you reflect, you will find most of them have disappeared. You don't know what has happened to these drugs per se. Is that same for vaccines? You look at vaccines in the same period, February 2021, you find there were 287 vaccines which were in preclinical period, which essentially means there is a risk. Once somebody becomes successful, the entire strategy is lost altogether. And now, when most often we tend to speak that we should dream about a pan-corona vaccine, would that ever become reality? We don't know. Even in India, CEPI, PHSTI and Panacea Biotech are working together for dream vaccine. But the question that we will have in our mind, when and whether it will come, that's something which we'll have to keep at the back of mind. Now, most often when we think of cutting edge technologies, basic research tends to become an important issue. Now, in these particular pandemics, it is effective research that becomes some of the dominant kind of a scene per se. If you look at what has happened, mRNA vaccines were something which became one of the most important novelty or discoveries in this particular pandemic. But look at the fact, Robert Malone was the first scientist who started working on use of mRNA for vaccines. And when did he start the work? He started in 1987. So most often, you look at the notebook that people have found in which he used to write, and look at the history of mRNA vaccines. It started sometime, mRNA-related research work started in 1960s. And then people thought it could be used as drug or as a vaccine. What does this essentially mean? After spending close to about 60 years on discoveries on mRNA, he actually utilized it. So we need to keep on investing in basic research rather than running away from basic research because it may not be useful immediately. In conclusion, COVID pandemic has generated many lessons for us to reflect upon in every domain of research. Though researchers have managed to handle it well, we need to devise approaches to improve upon the challenges that we faced. This will help raise our research preparedness to handle future disease pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent overview and a presentation. So he is available online. If you have any questions, please move forward.
Sir, I would like to know the mRNA vaccines that you have seen, the reduction in the efficacy, it is on the timeline or?
No,
I didn't get that slide.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. I am able to hear you now.
Yeah, mRNA vaccines, most of the mRNA vaccines had the endpoint, where they would do the interim analysis. Either it was 7 days post 2 months of vaccination, or they went up to 1 month of vaccination. But in reality, if you actually look at mRNA vaccines original protocol, talked of at least 1 year of follow-up. The result is if you just imagine, no, for first 6 months, it was Wuhan virus and then D614G, right?
Hmm.
And if
Yeah.
it was that I was to get infection from other coronaviruses, that was possible. No, so what would have had happened? You would perhaps have seen a reduction reduction perhaps from the incident infections that we wanted to suppress, no, would have had been far lower. No, and that is seen very clearly in CureVac. No, it was just because they were given emergency use authorization, primary endpoint was met. But the reality is it was met only for interim analysis. If we would
Okay.
have had waited, variants would have had come, the primary endpoint would have had been less than 50%, as you had seen in CureVac slide.
Okay. Mhm. So another thing I want to know that is there any comparative study based on the titer of the antibodies between the inactive virus that generated by ICMR and Bharat Biotech, the Covaxin and the mRNA vaccines like Sputnik V or Ecovishield, anything like that? In terms of the generation of antibodies, neutralizing antibodies.
No, two things which I would say, Sputnik is not mRNA vaccine. It is based
Oh,
on
sorry,
adenovirus,
yes,
adenovirus
I
27.
missed it. Means
Yeah.
I want to mean the adenovirus vaccines.
No, there is no head-to-head comparison. That's
Mhm.
one thing which we have to understand. And if you actually, I'm sorry to put it across that way, but phase 3 trials data is
Hmm.
hardly available for even comparison, even if they were not head-to-head comparisons.
Mhm. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll move to the next presentations.
Thank you.
So our next talk will be Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh. He is from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USA. I'm sharing this session also. Dr. Ghosh, please.
need to be delivered, what the framework under which we began to work. Now, there was a problem. We all knew that with COVID, there was a problem. What was the problem that we were trying to solve? The first problem that we were trying to solve is that we had to ensure globally, we had to ensure that the impact of COVID on lives, in meaning death and severe illness, which was measured by hospitalization, would be minimal, would be reduced. The second thing that we wanted to address was that we had to contain the spread of the infection, and we were trying to find out what are the best public health means by which we could do that, safe distancing, the containment zones, and all of that. The third thing that came up was that it is not only about life, it is about livelihoods, because COVID restricted our livelihoods. People, particularly those with the lower income group, those who were daily wage earners, they suffered, and the government had to respond to it. Therefore, the third problem that we had to address was to find ways to reduce the impact on livelihoods of people. And then there was a fourth problem, of which Dr. Ganga Khetkar also mentioned. This was about managing rumors, managing the social media, which the governments were not very, efficient in doing. Social media used to work on its social media platform, but here there was a problem. We had to control the panic that would have been generated out of COVID, and that was one of the tasks before the COVID group. Now, for any public health problem or program, there's a pathway that we follow. We call this the D pathway. And classically, even for COVID, we applied the D pathway. The first is diagnosis. It's not about individual case diagnosis, it's about diagnosis of the problem. And that is where research came in. It's not only the basic research, but also about various kinds of epidemiological research, various kinds of research that was done within the communities to understand the magnitude of the problem that I had mentioned before. The second was, based on the problem, we had to design interventions. That was the second D. Once the interventions were designed, they needed to be delivered. And when the delivery was done, then the delivery had to be documented, because this is not about one country. Everywhere, all the countries were learning from each other. States were learning from each other. India learned from Bangladesh, Bangladesh learned from Nepal, Nepal learned from Sri Lanka. Everywhere we were learning from each other. And then it was not only about documentation, but the most important D was about dissemination. Whatever was being documented needed to be disseminated. So the entire thing, from diagnosis down to design, down to delivery, down to documentation, down to dissemination, was the framework based on which the COVID management program was planned. Now, if we come to the overall management of the COVID kind of menace, there is a formula that we have for any public health program again. We call it addressing the gap by applying gap. In India, there was the GAP solution which was found. GAP stands for governance, accountability, and partnerships. Governance, the Prime Minister's office was the entire driver of the program in the country. They formed apex bodies like the NEGVAC, which was responsible for looking at the development, distribution, and delivery of the vaccine. There were other bodies formed which were looking at the diagnostic piece. There were bodies formed which were looking at the drug regulation. So different kinds of apex bodies were formed, and the entire governance ultimately came back to the Prime Minister's office, which was moderating everything. The second was accountability. There was very clear accountability set about who is to do what. Different bodies were given charge. The terms of references were made. The Indian Council of Medical Research was responsible for the entire research part that was there. They were given the task of finding a solution in the form of a vaccine, in which now we come to the third P, which is partnership. There was an excellent partnership built between Indian Council of Medical Research and a private vaccine manufacturer, Bharat Biotech International Limited. Similar partnerships were formed between different agencies, and all of them came together in order to address the problem. Now, in order to find the problem, usually in our country, the government bodies, particularly the Department of Biotechnology, the Indian Council of Medical Research, with all its different institutions across the country, some of whom we heard today, NIV and NIE and all of them, and NICED, where we are present today to give this talk, all of them used to take the lead forward. But here there was a unique thing that happened. Private sector also stepped up in order to address the problem. There was social media who was also doing research. Facebook, Google, they came up with very good research around vaccine hesitancy and all of that. And finally, people were also doing their own research, trying to understand what the problem was. Now here, there was a unique kind of relationship that was brought up between the people and the research bodies. The information had to be disseminated in time for the people to react. The confrontation of very unscientific research that was coming up on various social media, WhatsApp and all of them, that had to be countered by the government. So therefore, this was a unique way of pushing back, as Dr. Ganga Khetkar was saying, on the various kinds of scrupulous research that was coming up. Now, India rolled out the vaccination program based on what we call the 4 E's. The first E is India's experience. India has experience of conducting very large vaccination programs, the pulse polio program, the measles program. It has its own routine immunization program, campaigns, Mission Indradhanush. All of this experience helped. The second was around the issue about equity. The Prime Minister's message was very clear. No one should be left behind. Everyone should get at least the 2 doses of the vaccine. Therefore, equity became one of the major drivers. The third issue that came up was around empowerment. India developed a digital platform called CoWIN. The CoWIN platform gave every person eligible for the vaccine to choose where they will get the vaccine, when they will get the vaccine, which vaccine they will get. This has been one of the highest empowering programs that India has ever launched. All citizens benefited from it. And then the 4th E is evidence. Everything that we had to do was based on evidence. The evidence of which vaccine is working, which vaccine has what adverse events. We have collaborated globally with all research institutions, particularly with those in the UK, because of the AstraZeneca and the Covishield vaccine, which are all similar and being used in both these countries. We relied on each other's data, and based on that evidence, we programmed our program. But then there was another E, which came up uniquely during COVID. This was empathy. Large section of migrant population and those who were daily wage earners, they had problems in getting the vaccine. Therefore, people-centric programs had to be designed and delivered, being empathetic to the need of the population that was supposed to get the vaccine. Now, having said this, ultimately, there was for the research part of it, the Indian Council of Medical Research, as we have heard from various representatives of the Indian Council of Medical Research today, they took the lead in conducting research. Ultimately, from research, what we have is data. And I think this was very well said by one of the ICMR representatives in one of the meetings. When we talk about data, we have to remember that from a public health point of view, the data starts with D, which is dissemination. If we do not disseminate data, then the data does not have much value. Data is never to be confined at one source. Data needs to be disseminated. The A in data stands for accuracy. We will have to ensure, double check, triple check that the data that is going out is accurate so that that can form a solid evidence based on which programs can be implemented. The T in data stands for timely. If data is not delivered in time, then the value of the data is lost. Data must be delivered in time for timely action based on the evidence that the data is generated. And the last A of data stands for access. Everyone who needs to access the data should have an access to data. Therefore, the Indian Council of Medical Research developed on their website data from their various studies, surveys, research, which was disseminated to everyone, to every institution that required it. The data was accurate based on ICMR's findings. It was timely because we could take action based on that data, and it was accessible by all. ICMR has shown how a research institution can actually play a very important role in delivery of programs by partnering with agencies that need to actually deliver the program. It partnered with vaccine manufacturers, it partnered with the immunization division, and it brought in various partners, the public health associations, the pediatric associations, all of whom came together, and that helped in developing the evidence that ultimately was useful in delivering an effective solution for COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Thank you for elaboration and the summary also that some of the speakers today said about. So any questions, any comments? So if there is no other questions, then we can move on to the last talk. I think there are three speakers, but one speaker will speak. Dr. Najmul Islam from the Disease Control CDC DGHS Bangladesh. Dr. Safiqul Islam, Disease Control CDC DGHS Bangladesh, and Dr. Abul Kalam Azad from the same department. So who will speak? Okay, please come, please. So, Ghosh will come.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. I am Dr. Shafiqul Islam, Deputy Director of CDC, and my colleague Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, Deputy Director of CDC in Bangladesh. Presentation of our topics is COVID-19 pandemic and health system resilience in Bangladesh. KMSS, Bangladesh health system has made significant progress in in global perspective on many indicators. But there are large persistent health gap, and COVID-19 has exposed fault line. Outline COVID-19 global Bangladesh perspective, current situation and impact, and then is the shot of Bangladesh health system resilience, our achievement and challenges. I first COVID-19 pandemic express our disease in world and Bangladesh. In December 2019, first identified from an outbreak in the Chinese city of Wuhan. January 2002, the WHO declared a public health emergency of international concern and a pandemic. March 2020, the WHO declared a pandemic and first case was identified here. In 8 March 2020, confirmed COVID-19 case has declared in Bangladesh. In perspective of global, there are 637 million cases in global. In contrast to Bangladesh, it is 2 million. Death 6 million in global, and in Bangladesh 29,000. Response from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare during COVID-19. Response timeline, I just recall my memory. Preparedness and response measures since January 2020. NPRP developed a national committee, screening port of entry, quarantine, contact tracing, isolation, diagnosis of contact, and awareness building. In 8 March, first case in Bangladesh, and first death in Bangladesh, 18th March 2020. And I declared I am lucky enough that first case in Bangladesh in Madhepur and first death in Bangladesh also in Madhepur. And at that time, I was the civil surgeon in Madhepur district. In 17 March, promote social distancing, closure of school, university, disclosure, social gathering, restriction of international flight, and closure of all offices, markets, inter-districts travel in 26 March 2020. And first lockdowns occurred in Bangladesh, that is Madhepur district, it is 18 March 2020. In March, we also trained 20,000 doctors, central hotline system to identify suspected cases, guideline developed, teleconsultation using centrally, 2 telephone number, and every district and every sub-district have their own hotline numbers. In April, self-screening apps installed, central verification system and lab call center also established. In May, lab numbers increased, sample collection QSEC installed, test report to patient via SMS and or email. Central database for logistic management and lockdown eased. In June, as lockdown is, we zoning 3 category, red, yellow, and green. Corner tracer app launched, piloting of zoning from 7/6/2020. In December, we started antigen testing. In January 2001, we started our vaccination program. After vaccination program, National Preparedness and Response Plan for COVID-19 prepared on late February. Established and maintained surveillance capacity nationwide for the detection, reporting, and monitoring of COVID-19 case, including requisite laboratory capacity. At that, slow the rate of community transmission and prevent amplification events. Ensure continuation of essential health and nutritional services. Identify, isolate care for patients early and effectively. Prevent transmission and enhance infection prevention control in healthcare setting and in the community. Communicate critical risk, disease information, and best practice to the communities and counter misinformation. some of the activities undertaken by WHO Bangladesh, protocol and guideline developed, over 9 major guideline and 29 short guideline developed. Professional body, clinician, relevant stakeholder are involved in this process. Awareness building, BCC material developed, awareness through electronic print and social media. Capacity building, we early mentioned 20,000 doctors and 8,000 nurses trained in clinical management and IPC based on the guideline and protocol available in website. Public dashboard also open, sharing latest information. There are volunteer doctors poll, online training of doctors and healthcare provider, provide service through hotline, prescribe and report suspected case through the apps. Now I request my colleague, Dr. Abul Kalam Azad, to present late presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. COVID-19 facilities till November 2022. Total COVID dedicated bed is 18,656 and total bed COVID patient is 909. And high flow nasal cannula is now available in Bangladesh, 2,226 and used 767 and total ventilator 1,277. Total oxygen concentrator available in 4,347 and oxygen cylinder available full plus empty and in use 45,017 and total bed with central oxygen supply 19,737. This is a picture, I think. So you know that the first case detected in Bangladesh in March 2020, and we have started our vaccination program in January 2021. The WHO global target was the targeted population in Bangladesh was 119 million, and we have vaccinated 141 million in Bangladesh. First dose, and second dose 124 million, and third dose 58 million. And total registration was done in Bangladesh, 111 million. So the first dose against the targeted population, we have exceeded 118%, because the WHO global target was 100 million, but we have vaccinated 141 million in Bangladesh. And second dose target was achieved 104%. And third dose is yet not achieved our target, it is only 46%. So against the registration, we have vaccinated 93.7% population in Bangladesh. These are some measurements which we have taken in Bangladesh. COVID-19 in Bengali, we have there is a poster. It is written here: COVID-19 মোকাবেলা স্বাস্থ্য অধিদপ্তরের জরুরি বার্তা. So quarantine and measures at the point of entry we have taken in different ports, airport and land port, seaport like this. Entry and exit control, health screening, interview of suspected cases, case detection and isolation, contact tracing, safe environment for the travelers. These are some pictures of quarantine and measures at the point of entry. Bangladesh health system resilience during pandemic. So heavy toll on non-COVID healthcare. You know that during a COVID attack, other diseases are very minimum noticed, because here is an example of TB cases. TB cases notification and identification was decreased. The TB cases notification in 2020 was lower than 2019. And 16 countries accounted for 93% of global drop, like India 41%, Indonesia 14%, and Philippines 12% drop. So according to percentage, global shortfall in TB notification in 2020 was compared with the 2019. Recent performance on many indicators in Bangladesh. Pandemic is a challenge, no doubt, but our health system was resilient in comparison with other countries. Recent performance on many indicators like Bangladesh has improved in infection prevention control sectors in significantly. Here is some program. No national infection prevention and control program or operational plan is available, but a national IPC program or operational plan is available, and national IPC and water sanitation and hygiene, that means WASH and environmental health standard exist, but are not fully implemented. It was initially, but national IPC program and operational plan are available, and national guidelines for healthcare IPC are available and disseminated. Selected health facilities are implementing the guidelines with monitoring and feedback in places. A national IPC program available according to the WHO IPC core components, guidelines, and IPC plans and guidelines are implemented nationwide. All healthcare facilities have a functional built environment, including water and sanitation and necessary materials and equipments to perform IPC per national standards. And performance are in place and functioning at national and health facility levels according to the WHO IPC core components guidelines. Compliance and effectiveness are regularly evaluated and published. Plans and guidance are updated in regions in response to monitoring. So Bangladesh has improved in IPC sector significantly. Recent performance on many indicators, that is life expectancy in Bangladesh has risen to 73 years, up from 58 years in 1990 and only 44 years in 1960. So from 1960 now it is 44 to 73 years now life expectancy. Under 5 mortality rate is 28.95% per 1,000 live births in Bangladesh. It is current trends, and Bangladesh is on track for attaining the 2030 SDG target, which is 25. Infant under 5 and maternal mortality are very much close to the global average for income level. Total fertility rate TFR is 2.01. Huge gains in skilled birth attendance, institutional deliveries, and immunization. So recent performance on many indicators. On December 2020, US-based prestigious media house Bloomberg published its monthly the COVID resilience ranking, where it ranked Bangladesh 20th, the best in South Asia region. So the summary is context. COVID-19 is claiming lives, inflicting damage across health system and entire economy, and exposing fault lines in the system. Better health financing, predominantly government financing, prioritization of health in state budgets, better spending through reforms. Better service delivery, ingredients, not recipes for service delivery, public-private mix with robust public option, multiple service delivery transition must happen. And better public health, strengthen surveillance and public lab capacity at district level, including zoonotic diseases, prepare national and state institutions to effectively respond to pandemics and research, promote institutional reforms and innovation in vertical diseases control program. So this is from our Bangladesh side. Thank you for patience hearing. Thank you. If there are any questions or queries.
Yeah, please, if there are any questions. Yes.
So is there any plan in Bangladesh for the wastewater surveillance for the COVID new variant emergence. See, for the government of India as a part of INSACOG activity, we are initiating for the wastewater or the sewage surveillance so that we can have a sewage and the other wastewater. Because see, our evidence shows that almost 1 week to 2 weeks before the variant is actually in public, we could detect it if you can really monitor the wastewater surveillance from STPs.
Yes, we have a strategy for waste disposal in all the hospital facilities and also private sector.
I'm not talking about the waste disposal. I'm saying that are you detecting the virus COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater in the country? There is no plan. Sewage surveillance.
No, I don't know. Yeah, Dr. Ashraf, can you answer this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can add, yeah, there is a sewage water surveillance. It started just a few months back. The government of, with the DGH is other department, IEDCR.
Yeah.
So it has been already initiated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because Bangladesh has the experience from polio, sewage surveillance, also polio virus, so you should
Yeah,
be able
yeah.
Okay, thank you
Is there
so
any
much.
question? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers. And we had a nice interaction, fantastic deliberations regarding the experiences from the government side, from the doctors, clinicians, scientists, and also there are basic scientist research about COVID and dengue virus, the seropositivity, serosurvey, cross-reactivity, and the message. So the preparedness is very nicely discussed. Vaccination is proposed, but one thing from my side is that many governments, including our government, is also trying to find out the funding, find out molecules, drugs, especially antiviral. We have a huge antiviral mission is launched, and we are very substantially progressed in finding some antivirals. So in addition to vaccine, within 2 years, we will have antiviral compounds. We have drug. So with this hope, let me hand over this to Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh to say a few words and conclude the session.
No, thank you. I think, you have summarized it very well. I do not want to hold you back from lunch. So thank you so much for being here and participating in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay and Dr. Ghosh for leading the session. And may I request you to kindly felicitate our speakers. So I welcome Dr. Shubhajit Bishwas, Dr. Shafiqul Islam, and Dr. Abul Kalam Azad on stage. Now I request Dr. Shanta Datto ma'am to kindly felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Bandyopadhyay and Dr. Ghosh. We will break for lunch now and we'll meet again in the same place for the next session. Enjoy your lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we will be having our oral presentation on selected abstracts. We have 5 speakers in this session. The talk time for each speaker is 10 minutes with question and answers. So to chair the session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Mamta Balal, Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India, and Dr. Snehoshikta Shornukar, IICB, India. So please. Let's wait for Dr. Balal. Announce the name of the speaker once again. I would like to hand over the chair to lead the session.
Hello, good afternoon. So we are going to start. We are a little bit delay. And as mentioned, we have 5 speakers in this particular session. So may I call up on stage the first speaker in this particular session, Dr. Shubhra Chakraborty. She is from Johns Hopkins University, and she will be talking on the topic field evaluation of RLDT, a simple and rapid diagnostic for Shigella and enterotoxigenic Escherichia coli. So Shubhra, now podium is yours. And we have 10 minutes to listen from her.
Good afternoon. I'll be talking about the field evaluation of a simple and rapid diagnostic test, RLDT, for ETEC and Shigella. So why we need a new diagnostic assay for ETEC Shigella? ETEC and Shigella are the leading cause of moderate to severe diarrhea in children in the LMICs, and also the primary targets of vaccine development. The estimates of the burden of ETEC and Shigella are not readily available from the LMICs. It fluctuated over recent years because different modeling have told different numbers, and which led to uncertainty in the assessment of relative public health importance for use of these vaccines in LMIC. And this is particularly difficult for the policymakers and the local public health experts, if they don't know the burden of the pathogen in their country, how they make the policy. And this paucity of data is mainly because there is a lack of simple, rapid, and sensitive diagnostic assay for ETEC and Shigella, which you can use in the endemic country settings. The standard culture methods for Shigella takes 2 to 3 days. It lacks sensitivity, and it requires a lab facility, which is often not available in these countries. And diagnostic assays for ETEC are only available in well-equipped research laboratories because it includes molecular diagnostic as well as sophisticated techniques. And PCR or qPCR requires well-equipped facility, trained personnel, and which is not available always in these countries. So to address this gap, we developed a simple diagnostic assay called RLDT. It stands for Rapid Lamp-Based Diagnostic Assay, which is based on isothermal amplification platform. And we built this assay in my lab at JHU, Johns Hopkins University, as a kit. So this kit includes a sample preparation tube, and which has the lysis buffer in it. So you take this tool, put it in the SPD tube, and then you just hand mix it and squeeze the bottle, get the liquid out in the lysis tube, and you heat it for 5 minutes, then your sample preparation is done. And then you take the sample, process sample, in the LRT tubes. LRTs are lyophilized reaction tubes. These are unique tubes in the sense that it has all the reagents that are required for the assay, including primers, already added in the LRTs and lyophilized. So the end users don't need to add anything other than the sample. Then you put the LRTs in the reader, and you can get the results within 40 minutes. So this reader is a handheld battery-operated reader. You can backpack and take it anywhere you want. You can read the results as positive, negative, or as an amplification curve detailed results. So I want to focus on the advantages of RLDT. There were many. It's simple. RLDT is performed directly from the stool with minimum treatment. No need to add any reagents. Hands-on time is 5 minutes. It's rapid. It's less than 1 hour from stool to result. It's sensitive because analytical sensitivity is similar to quantitative PCR. And it's specific. There are 6 primers targeting 1 target. The dry formulations enable it to be stable in ambient temperature, avoids maintaining a cold chain, and is almost electricity free. All reagents and plastics required are provided in the RLDT kit. It's often very difficult to procure this in the endemic countries, so everything added in the kit. It's easy reading results because it's positive, negative, and it's minimum equipment needed. It's inexpensive, and RLDT can be performed from fresh stool, frozen stool, dry stool spots on filter paper, rectal swabs, and drinking water, environmental water. We developed RLDT for ETEC, Shigella, cholera, Campylobacter norovirus from the stool, and Salmonella typhi from blood and stool. And we are expanding it to other enteric pathogens and other infectious diseases. So I will be presenting today one of the field evaluation study that we did in Kolkata, India here. This study was funded by NIH, and this IPI was Dr. Shanta Datta, the director of NICED, and Dr. Ashim Mukhopadhyay is the head of the laboratory microbiology division. So the study design was stool samples collected from children, total of 405 children under 5 years old with diarrhea seeking care at the 2 hospitals, which is Infectious Disease Hospital and the BC Roy Children's Hospital were included in the study. And I and Sean Conner from my lab came here to NICED to train NICED staff in RLDT. And NICED tested the stool samples with RLDT for Shigella, which targets EPI gene, and ETEC, which targets LTSTH and STP genes. And for comparison, they isolated DNA from the stool and performed quantitative PCR. So I want to make it clear, the RLDT was done directly from the stool with minimum processing that I described, and qPCR was done with isolating DNA with QIAGEN kit from the stool. And culture were performed on the same stool samples to detect ETEC and Shigella. So this shows the percentage positive by different assays. And this is Shigella, which this shows that 8.6% of the samples were Shigella positive by culture, while 22.5% were Shigella positive by qPCR, and 21% were positive by RLDT. We see the same picture for ETEC. It's 3.7% were positive by culture, 14.4% were by qPCR, and 16.8 by RLDT. So as you can see, with culture, we are missing so many cases of ETEC and Shigella. So to compare the assays, we used kappa statistics where we don't need any gold standard. So these are pairwise comparisons between RLDT and culture and RLDT and qPCR. So this is for Shigella, and this is for culture versus RLDT. This black bar, which shows the kappa statistics of 0.51, which is more than moderate agreement. And between qPCR and RLDT, it's almost perfect agreement is 0.96 kappa. We see the same thing in ETEC with culture and RLDT pairwise comparison, it's 0.29, which is less than moderate agreement, while in the qPCR and RLDT is almost perfect agreement. And this agreement is lower because culture is not that sensitive. We also looked at the sensitivity specificity analysis, and between qPCR versus RLDT qPCR as the gold standard for ETEC, the sensitivity was 98%, specificity was 97%, Shigella 93% sensitivity and 100% specificity. For culture versus RLDT, ETEC 93% sensitivity, 86% specificity, and 97% sensitivity for Shigella and 86% specificity for Shigella. So in summary, RLDT showed high sensitivity and specificity compared to qPCR. RLDT is much more sensitive than culture. RLDT has proved to be a simple diagnostic test, which is applicable to the endemic countries. Currently, we have evaluated RLDT in several countries, which includes Asian, African, and Latin American countries. And we also have used, I just shouldn't say we, because in Zambia, CIDR, Center for Infectious Disease Research, they use RLDT in surveillance. They enrolled 2,000 children who came to seek care in the hospital. They tested their stool with RLDT for surveillance of ETEC and Shigella. We are currently implementing RLDT in health complexes in rural areas. I want to mention another utility of RLDT tool, that you can use it as a screening tool in epidemiology studies. Because when you are enrolling participants in your study, say for Shigella, you are using culture, you have to wait for 3 days to enroll. And within that time, you miss the samples, you miss the participants. So with RLDT, you can screen them and get the results within 1 hour and enroll them in your study right away. So with that, I want to thank the PIs at NICET, and I want to specifically mention Dr. Gautam Choudhury, who was the lead in the groundwork and did all this. And Debjani Ghosh, who was a who is a PhD student at NICET with Dr. Ashish Mukhopadhyay. She did all the qPCR, and Saiful Haq, who did all. And I want to thank my lab at JHU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Yeah, it seems it's pretty satisfying. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And your technique is pretty good. So we now go for the second one.
The second presenter is Mohammad Taqir Rahman Bunyan from ICDDB, Bangladesh, and he's going to present his work on COVID vaccine induces robust antibody responses in Bangladeshi adults. To you.
The title of my talk is a comparison of kinetics of antibody responses following various COVID-19 vaccine administrations among adults in Bangladesh. As you may aware, the global scenario of COVID-19 is 630 million confirmed cases has been until now. Among them, 6.56 million deaths has been observed. In Bangladesh, until 31st of October, the detection confirmed case was 2.04 million. Among them, 29,000 deaths has been observed, and the case fatality rate is 1.49%. First reported case in Bangladesh is March 8, and first wave has been found between April to August 2020, and second wave has been seen between February to September 2021. There are different variants of concern has been found in Bangladesh. Those are Alpha, Beta, Delta, and then Omicron. Regarding vaccination status in Bangladesh, around 83% of the total population received first dose, and 75% of the total population completed 2 primary doses, and booster doses found 37% of the population. In Bangladesh, by government of Bangladesh, 8 COVID vaccines are approved. Those are from Pfizer, Moderna, Sinovac, Sinopharm, Sputnik V, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson. Just to give you brief context about the seropositive level in Bangladesh. At the very beginning of pandemic, we have conducted a nationwide seroprevalence study in Bangladesh from April to October 2020, and that has been conducted in 32 districts of Bangladesh. And we found that around 52% of the populations were seropositive for SARS-CoV-2 antibodies. And in the slum areas, it was quite high. And outside Dhaka, it is also comparable, around 50 or more than 50%. In another study that we have conducted in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University at Sitakundur sub-district in Chittagong, we found around 64% of the populations were SARS-CoV-2 antibody positive in April 2021. And at the beginning of this year, in February 2022, we have collected specimens from the same volunteers, and we found that around 94% of the population are seropositive. That also makes sense because during this time, this is just after Omicron wave and after mass vaccination. Bangladesh government has started COVID-19 vaccination from January 2021. During that time, we have started collaboration with IDCR, Government of Bangladesh, to determine the antibody responses after COVID-19 vaccine administration among healthy adult population. Bangladesh government has started vaccination with adults. Now we have also started COVID vaccination from 5 and above years. This study has been conducted in 9 different sites across 8 divisions of Bangladesh from March 2021. And this study participants are being followed up for 2 years. In each site, we have enrolled 700 participants. SARS-CoV-2 specific IgG antibody responses are measured at baseline, before second dose, 1 month after second dose, 6, 12, 18, and 24 months after first dose. And additional antibody responses are also measured 1 month after booster dose. Gray color, these are the different sites across 8 divisions, and gray color is showing at which site, which vaccine participants were enrolled. The objective of this study to compare antibody responses among different vaccinees, to observe the longevity of the antibody responses after primary doses and booster vaccination, to disseminate the findings in Government of Bangladesh policy level for making a strategy of timing of booster vaccination. Methods. We have optimized an in-house ELISA method for measuring anti-SARS-CoV-2 specific IgG antibody. That is a quantitative method. We determine the cutoff is more than 500 nanogram per ml, and we have optimized this method in collaboration with Harvard Medical School. Jason Harris and Richelle Charles helped to optimize this procedure. And we have also optimized pseudoneutralization assay in our laboratory and in collaboration with Harvard Medical School. Now, I'd like to show the results. So I have already mentioned that 8 different vaccines were approved in our country, but we have enrolled participants by administering 4 different vaccines. Those participants or those vaccines were available in different sizes. And we have used Serum Institute of India or Covishield vaccine, Pfizer, Moderna, and Sinopharm. This black bar is showing the baseline seropositive level. And this is just before second vaccine. This is 1 month after second dose of vaccine, 12 months after first dose. And this is the booster, purple color is showing the booster responses 1 month after booster dose. And this is for Covishield or Serum Institute of India, Pfizer, Moderna, and Sinopharm. We observed significant increase of antibody responses after primary doses for any kind of vaccines. Antibody responses start to wane when after 6 months, after first dose of vaccine, magnitude of antibody response differs in Sinopharm vaccines in compared to mRNA vaccine like Pfizer and Moderna. And booster responses sharply increase the antibody responses for any kind of vaccines. Then we analyzed our data at different sites. These are the name of different sites. This is really very busy slide and very difficult to understand. Anyway, as I described in my earlier slide, these time points are the same that I have already described. And we have observed similar kind of phenomena across all sites. 2 doses of vaccine mount the antibody response significantly. Booster dose mount the antibody response vigorously, and lower magnitude of antibody responses have been found in Sinopharm vaccines in compared to mRNA and Covishield vaccines. Then we have also analyzed the antibody response after homologous and heterologous booster. Let me walk you through the graph. This white bar is showing the antibody response after 2 primary doses. And this arrow indicates which vaccines are being used for giving booster. Suppose this bar showing the antibody response with Covishield after 2 doses, and participants when they are boosted with Covishield, Moderna, and Pfizer. This bar is showing 2 primary doses with Pfizer, then boosted with another Pfizer or Moderna. And this is for 2 primary doses with Moderna and boosted with this vaccine and so on. And we found that homologous booster antibody response significantly for Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. The mRNA vaccine really boosted significantly than any other vaccines. And heterologous booster also mount the antibody response significantly for Pfizer and Moderna. However, Covishield booster, here if you can see, in Sinopharm vaccine is those who receive 2 doses of Sinopharm. Covishield response really boosted very well. But in compare, whenever they receive 2 doses of Covishield and 3rd dose or booster get also received Covishield, their responses is not too much remarkable. We have also carried out pseudo-neutralizing assay in a subset of participants. And you can see these green dots, these all are vaccinated participants. These green dots are uninfected participants, but received vaccines. And these red dots are infected participants, and then they received vaccines. This is for Covishield, Pfizer, Moderna, and Sinopharm. Significant neutralizing level of antibodies we have observed at V3 or visit 3, that is 1 month after 2nd dose. And this is the baseline data where we found very low level of pseudo-neutralizing antibody response. After 2 doses of vaccines, we really found very good level of functional antibody in the serum of the participants. And this also true for mRNA vaccines as well as Covishield. The response was very low for Sinopharm vaccines. This data has been shown for Wuhan strain. Now our Afrad, Kamrul, Sadia, who are sitting in the room, and also Kamrul Jaman, they are also trying to set up against Delta and Omicron variants. Just to conclude, primary doses of COVID vaccines mount the antibody response significantly and levels become seropositive. Booster dose of COVID vaccines augment the antibody response significantly in a short duration of time. Magnitude of antibody response are higher with booster with mRNA vaccine in compared to other vaccines. Pseudo-neutralizing antibody response are also observed after 2 primary doses of COVID vaccines. I would like to thank Dr. Ferdowsi Khadri for her tremendous leadership, Professor Tahmina Shirin from IDCR, Saira Banu, Fahima Chaudhuri, Ashraful Islam Khan for their nice cooperation and support, from Harvard Medical School for optimizing the procedure, Jason Harris, Charles Richel, and all the investigators from ICDDRB and IDCR. And many of them are also sitting here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions from the House?
So the thing is that have you considered the people who have been infected with COVID? When you were going for a heterologous prime boosting. So in between, if a person gets infection, so that will come into consideration as well. So is there any criteria in determining that?
We try to do that analysis, especially in this curve. Only the participant who received 2 doses of homologous booster and then different heterologous. We try to do this analysis in this way, but few of the participants definitely who had gotten another infection between primary doses and the booster, but we try to disregard them from this analysis just to get a noise. But those percentages are very few. We have planned to do additional analysis for them.
Okay, and have you did this same study with any other inactive viral vaccine like Covaxin or something like that?
Which vaccine?
Covaxin, which is given in India.
We did this with the Covishield, not the Covaxin.
That is adenovirus in any inactive viral vaccine.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, only one more question.
Okay, thank you. Do you have observed any change in percent mortality before the administration of the vaccine program and current situation? What's the percent mortality per million population in Bangladesh?
Our mortality is low in compared to North America or Europe.
Yeah.
That is, I think.
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking before you initiate the vaccination and now.
Or before initiate, is there any difference?
Yeah. Is it? Do you think that the vaccine has made any?
As far as I remember, Delta wave came before vaccination because we have started vaccination January 2021. Delta wave was before that, and during that time, the mortality was quite high. But it is also true that in September, October, November 2020, the highest mortality rate was observed in Bangladesh. And then we have introduced or started vaccination from January 2021. During that time, the curve was dropping down, but it is true that after vaccination, the mortality rate was
high
again, down because the severity really develops very less. Hospitalization rate went down, and definitely mortality rate was also
right.
Because Omicron wave came after that.
Yeah.
We have not really seen. We have heard the very high infection rate, but severity was also severity was also less, as well as hospitalization.
Okay, we'll discuss later. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, just very short. One more question.
So I can supplement that we have done a study in the same center in 5 hospitals in Bangladesh to understand the difference in severity in different web, and it has been found that compared to Omicron and Delta, the severity of cases, especially requirement of mechanical ventilation, requirement of ICU admission, as well as mortality was significantly low in latest days.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, please give one more round of applause to Mohammed. That be good. Very, very nice. Okay, we are moving on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Fahima Chowdhury, and she is also from ICDDR, Bangladesh. And the topic is long-term silidase specific immune response after natural infection with cholera, findings from a longitudinal cohort study in Bangladesh. Dr. Fahima, please.
So good afternoon, respected chairs and distinguished audience. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very much honored to deliver my speech in this ASCOT meeting 2022. So the title of my presentation is the long-term sialidase-specific immunoresponses after natural infection with cholera, and it is finding from a longitudinal cohort study in Bangladesh. Natural infection with Vibrio cholera provides long-term immunity, but the correlation of protection afforded by immunoresponse to a range of Vibrio cholera antigens is not yet well understood. A new antigen, sialidase, is a neuroaminidase that facilitates the binding of cholera toxin in the intestinal epithelial cells by removing the sialic acid from the gut epithelial cells to generate the binding receptor for cholera toxin. And immunoresponses that target sialidase occur following natural cholera and have been associated with protection against cholera infection. So the objective of my study is to see the evolution of anti-sialidase immunoresponses in adults and children out to 18 months following cholera, and to assess the correlation of anti-sialidase with other anti-Vibrio cholera immunoresponses, and to assess the impact of nutritional parasitic co-infection status on sialidase-specific immunoresponses. We enrolled participants from this longitudinal cohort study from January 2018 to March 2022, and who came to ICDDRB Dhaka Hospital with acute watery diarrhea and had signs of moderate to severe dehydration. Person aged 2 to 60 years of old, stool culture positive for Vibrio cholera 1, and had no history of any significant comorbid condition were included in this study. We followed the participant up to day 540. Stool parasites, including protozoa and helminths, were inspected using the direct microscopic method after confirmation with Vibrio cholera in patients. Blood samples were collected to measure different kinds of immunological markers on day 2, day 7, 30, 90, 180, and day 540 after enrollment of each index cases. In plasma, vibrio-cidal sialidase-specific IgA, IgG, IgM, and cholera toxin to B subunit specific IgA, IgG, IgM, and LPS specific IgA, IgG, IgM antibodies were measured during enzyme-linked immunoabsorption assay. The nutritional status of the children were measured using a Z-score cutoff point based on WHO Global Database on Child Growth and Malnutrition. The Z-score were calculated for the children aged 1 to 5 years of age. We used a Z-score cutoff point less than 2 SD to classify low weight for age that is underweight, low height for age that is stunting, and low weight for height that is wasted. The demographic and the clinical characteristics of the cholera patients were recorded as numbers with percentage and median with interquartile range, and the distribution of the nutritional status of the children and their characteristics of clinical features in children and adult cases at different time points were analyzed with the Kruskal-Wallis test with a 5% level of significance. The correlation between anti-sialidase response and other immunological parameters in both children and adults was analyzed using the Pearson correlation. The t-test was done at a 5% level of significance to see the anti-sialidase immunoresponse in children and adult patients at different time points. This is a concept diagram of the study participants. We enroll participants who are coming to ICTDRB hospital with moderate and or severely dehydrating diarrhea. And 50 cultured confirmed Vibrio cholera O1 cholera cases were enrolled for the analysis and followed up to day 540. This table shows the demographic and anthropometric characteristics of the participants who were enrolled in the study. In the both group, adult and children having cholera, the male patients were more, around 60% in the adult age group and 68% for the children. And the median age was 32 years in adult age group and 5 years in the children. And the most common blood group among them was A, and then B, and then O, and then AB. When we classified the nutritional status of the children, the stunted shows around 20% and underweight children were 44% and wasted children were around 47.4%. So this graph shows that the adult patients who were the red line shows that the adult and the blue line shows that the children. And here we see the adult patient shows shoot up at the immunoresponses at day 7 and day 30 and then gradually decreases. Where in case of children, there is a no shoot up of anti-sialidase IgA or anti-sialidase IgG for the children cases for cholera. And this graph shows the correlation between anti-sialidase response and other immunological parameters among the patients who are adults and in children. And in adult cases, we see that the sialidase IgG and IgA have a relation with vibricidal, CTB, and LPS. Whereas in children cases, only sialidase IgA is related with IgA. So this graph shows that the anti-sialidase IgA, IgG, and IgM antibody response among the well-nourished versus malnourished children. And we as categorize the children under 5 years of age in the three strata, underweight, stunted, and wasted. And here we only show that the immunoresponse for anti-sialidase IgA and anti-sialidase IgA were significantly lower for the stunted children, where other two categories, underweight or wasted, there is no relation, there is no immunoresponses significance level was seen almost. And this graph shows the anti-sialidase IgA, IgG, and IgM antibody response among patients with and without intestinal parasitic co-infection. And here the red line shows the cholera patient infected with parasite, and the green line show only the cholera cases. And here we see only in case of anti-sialidase IgA, the immunoresponse is higher for the co-infection. So the summary of my findings shows that adult patients develop plasma anti-sialidase IgA and IgG response after acute infection, which gradually decreases from day 30 on, but in children, no significant anti-sialidase IgA, IgM, and IgG responses were seen. There was a correlation between anti-sialidase IgA, IgG with vibrocidal anti-LPS and anti-CTXB antibody response in adult patients, whereas in children, the correlation was seen only CTXB IgA responses. Stunted children show significantly lower anti-sialidase IgA, IgG, and IgM antibody response than the healthy children. The anti-sialidase IgA and Ig response were significantly higher in case with concomitant parasitic infection. So the limitation of my study that we did not evaluate the duration of memory B cell or other development of T cell response against sialidase. We did not evaluate whether long-term anti-sialidase antibody response were induced by currently available oral cholera vaccines. So the implication of my study findings shows that this longitudinal cohort study in this endemic setting for cholera followed anti-sialidase antibody responses in adults and children over an extended period of time. The anti-sialidase IgA, IgG, and IgM immunoresponses and their association with other immunological parameters, nutritional status, co-infection give us the new sight. And future studies are needed to examine anti-sialidase memory B and T cell development and duration following natural infection and vaccination, as well as the role of these cells may play in protection from subsequent infection. So I acknowledge to my supervisor, Dr. Ferdowsi Qadri, and also for mentoring for Professor Steve Calderwood, Professor Edran Tiran, Charles Rishal, Jason B. Harris, Taufikur Rahman Bhuiya, Dr. Afroza Akhtar, Rajiv Bishwash, Golam Firoz, and the laboratory person from the Mucosal Immunology and Vaccinology Unit, and of course for the study participants. Thank you.
Yeah, question? Okay, if there is no more question, so please give one more round of applause to Faima Chaudhary.
Okay, the next presenter is Ellie Maluma from the University of Cambridge, UK. And she's going to present her work on O antigen variation in Salmonella paratyphi, implications for vaccine design. To you, Ellie.
There's one question.
So hi, everyone. My name is Ellie Milona, and I work in Steve Baker's group in the University of Cambridge. And today I'll give you a brief update on our ongoing project on O-antigen variation in Salmonella paratyphi. And we are interested in that because it can have implication when it comes to vaccine design. So I don't think I need to give a lot of background to this audience. So you know that enteric fever is caused mainly by Salmonella typhi and paratyphi. Typhi is the major cause, but paratyphi causes about a quarter of the global cases. And a proportionate increase has been observed, possibly due to vaccines against Salmonella typhi. So at the moment, there are no licensed vaccines against paratyphi, but we have quite a few that are in development. And if you can see here in this table on the right, published by the WHO, a lot of them are based on the O antigen of paratyphi, which is the O2 and O12, and I'll come back to that in a minute. However, we don't necessarily understand the immunological responses that are raised against paratyphi O antigen, and also the antibodies that are raised, how they interact with the antigen itself. So a brief reminder, Salmonella is covered with LPS. And LPS is composed by the conserved region of lipid A and then the variable portion, and the O antigen is the outermost portion, part of this variable portion. And we get repeating units of O antigen, and this is how we can have very long different lengths actually of O antigen chains. So as you can see, even in this schematic, we can have a bimodal or even trimodal distribution of O antigen lengths. And here in this simplistic structure, we have the O antigen of 3 relevant like Salmonella cerevisiae. They share the same core region, that's why it's not repeated here, but then they share the same as well backbone composed of these 4 sugars, and this is how we get the O12 O antigen, and then they differentiate on the branching sugar on the mannose. And this is how we have paratose defining the O2 in paratyphi A, T-velos defining the O9 in typhi enteritidis, and abacus defining the O405 in typhimurium. So antibodies against O antigen may indeed protect against infection, but this also highlights the fact that they're under strong selection, which can lead to structural diversity bilateral modifications, such as acetylation in sugars, and indeed has been observed on paratyphi, and indeed acetylation on abacus defines the O5 antigen in typhimurium. And acetylation has been shown to affect antibody binding. So a quick way to look if there are such modifications on the O antigen is to extract the crude LPS from bacteria and then separate by electrophoresis, and we get this characteristic laddering. And the way to read these gels are you start from the bottom, which is the lipid A with 1 O antigen unit, and then by the addition of more antigen units, you get this laddering. So it's what I was talking about earlier, the different distribution of length. So preliminary results show that there are SNPs on the genes involved in biosynthesis of O antigen, and this table here, I don't think it might not be very clear on the screen, but it's a list of genes responsible for O antigen. I'm not going to go through that list, but basically we identified different SNPs in different genotypes in paratyphi A. So we hypothesized if paratyphi A can structurally modify its O antigen as a mechanism to evade pre-existing immunity. And if indeed O antigen is important for the immunity against paratyphi A, then these changes may impact on the potential effectiveness of O antigen-based vaccines. So we had a collection of paratyphi A clinical isolates from Nepal. The majority of them were acute, but we also had a few from chronic carriers. And we extracted their LPS, and we did 2 very quick types of analysis. One was to run them down these gels that I just explained how to read. And also the same gels we could immunoblot with a commercially available monoclonal antibody targeting the O2. And we hypothesized that, well, it has been shown that the shift in these bands, like if you compare between, so each lane is a different isolate. So if you compare between the bands, if there is a shift in this laddering, it is suggestive of modification because the size of the unit will change, and that's why it's going to run differently on the gel. And indeed, so these are 2 example sets. And the top set here, we identified LPS laddering shift in a few isolates, and also the other distinctive phenotype that we saw was that we had what we call wild type, which by wild type I mean the most common phenotype, but then there were non-binders by the monoclonal antibody on the Western. So as I mentioned, like 2 main phenotypes with regards to LPS laddering, the wild type and then the variant O2, some differences with antibody binding on the Western blots, and about 13% of the isolates tested had some sort of variation. We also looked at a single bacterial level, and we did that with the Operetta CLS microscopy system, which allows for high throughput and high content microscopy. And I don't know how clear it is again on this screen, but basically, within a theoretically homogeneous paratyphi A population, not all bacteria were bound by the monoclonal antibody against O2, which was quite different from what we saw when we looked at typhi and typhimurium with antibodies targeting their respective O antigen. So the majority of the bacteria were bound. So even at this level, there might be some sort of variation that this monoclonal antibody targets. So I don't have the pictures here, but we are also testing this with a different monoclonal antibody, and we're seeing kind of the same picture. And finally, we extracted the O antigen, so just the O antigen part of a small subset of isolates, and we asked our collaborators in GSK to run this, to structurally analyze these for us. And these plots, basically what they show is a distribution of the O antigen chain length. So you can have short, intermediate, and long. And already in this small subset, you can see that there is quite difference in their O antigen length distribution, which has been shown both in paratyphi and other organisms, that it impacts different aspects of the bacterial virulence, pathogenesis, physiology, and so on. Also, we looked at acetylation levels, and as a reference, we expect to see about 70 to 75% of acetylation in paratyphi A. However, again, from this small subset, you can see quite a variation, and we even had one strain reaching 80% of acetylation, which is considered quite high. So to conclude, paratyphi A seems to exhibit variation in O antigen in more than 10% of the isolates that we tested. The effect of these O antigen modifications on the interaction with the antibodies remains unknown. We are in the process of trying to understand that a bit better. However, we do think that elucidating these will help how we approach vaccine design. And as I mentioned, it is an ongoing project. So future work will include further genomic analysis. So I just showed you the SNPs, but we want to see if we can match phenotype to genotype. And to do that, we're doing other types of genomic analysis to look at different types of genomic modifications. Also, we are expanding our structural analysis, both to more isolates, but also to slightly different analysis. The good thing is that we managed to get hold of some human sera that is from the patients that were infected with the same isolate. So we want to see if we can see cross-reactivity from the sera between different neoantigen conformation. Obviously, these sera come from an endemic site in Nepal, so they may have been exposed to other paratyphi A. So ideally, we would like to get our hands on possibly on human serum from vaccinees, because some of these vaccines are in phase 1 or phase 2 of clinical trials. This will help understand like the effect of O antigen variation pre-existing immunity. And also we want to look at how stable these modifications are. Other questions that are for the long term will include how widespread this variation is. So as I mentioned, we only looked at one endemic site. So if we can expand our analysis to other endemic sites, will be quite useful to understand how spread this is. A difficult task, but to try and understand the underlying mechanism of each variation, and of course the functionality of raised antibodies and how they contribute to protection. And as a side note, another postdoc in the group, Dr. Tim Scott, is using this information to select relevant neoantigen conformation for conjugating with typhi and paratyphi A antigens. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone in Steve Baker's group in the University of Cambridge, and also our collaborators in GVGH and GSK for doing the structural analysis. Also, thank you to the organizers for giving the opportunity to present this data to you today. And of course, thank you for listening, and happy to take any questions.
Questions?
Ellie, many thanks, Ed Ryan. You mentioned at the beginning that some of your isolates were from blood and some were from, I assume, gallbladder. Did you see any patterns with those two ecological niches, or did you just show us the blood data?
Well, we don't see any. We have a very small subset of chronic isolates, but we don't see any major difference between the two. So we see the same phenotype in a couple of the gallbladder isolates, if that was your question.
Right. So that that 10% variation.
It's on all of them.
It's on the entire group.
Yeah.
But if you took the gallbladder group out, and the blood ones,
slightly less,
maybe 7 or 8%.
To where
okay,
like part of these phenotypes.
Thank you.
You show the exciting work here. You show the microscopy showing within a homogeneous mixture differences in the binding of the monoclonal to the paratyphy? What do you think is driving that in a homogeneous mixture? Did you grow that in LB? Was that grown in minimal media? And was that done at a linear phase of growth? I'm just trying to understand why there would be differences.
Yeah, so it is from static culture, so they are quite heterogeneous. However, the way that we run these experiments, so there are specific plates that we use to image them with opera or the operetta. And Salmonella is quite tricky to get it to stick on the plate. So if that's what you were meant, so we did with LB alone now. So we have, like, it's not chemically defined media whatsoever, but even that means that there is some sort of variation that is going on at some point, and whatever epitope these monoclonal antibodies targeting is not present in the majority of the bacteria. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why what's different across the bacteria
Yeah, it will be
within that
quite
culture.
difficult to delineate to pick apart why this is happening, because it's quite tricky to even like sort these bacteria apart and then look how different they are. But it gives some insight on what's going on at the single bacterial population. So if some of them may escape from the response, obviously a response will be polyclonal. So we try to understand how important this is in any case.
Hi, Ali. This is Shubhajit from IICB Kolkata. I'm a virologist, but I've worked with herpes mutants. And what I understand from your work, I don't know whether it will be feasible or not, but as she mentioned that from your heterogeneous population, you saw some are different. My first question is, what do you think is the driving force of this heterogeneity, given the bacteria in human populations? You have to think that how they are becoming so diverse by their own in absence of any selection pressure. Number two, can you isolate those red or whatever the different bacteria? If you can, even microscope, you can, do a subculture, dilution culture, then you can isolate those different looking bacteria. And maybe if you can get a clonal expansion of that you can compare with your majority population so that you have two distinct cultures, We used to plaque purify the virus. We have a heterogeneous HSV from where we used to pick the different plaque and then plaque purify it to develop a clonal population. That what, and then you have a thing to compare. So now your image is showing pretty different colored bacteria from the rest. So can you not? These are quite pretty big, so maybe 2 micron or something like length. So can you not isolate a few looking under the microscope and then grow them separately? And then you can actually then compare between the populations, even cross reactivity with maps.
So because there is some feedback, I hope I understood your questions correctly. So starting from question number 2, you refer to the images showed with a single bacteria.
Yeah.
So these bacteria are fixed. The way this microscopy works, so I didn't have the time to go through it, but basically it's a machine that you put the plate in and then it does everything for you. So it's fixed bacteria, so it's very difficult to distinguish them. Also, maybe I should mention that in the UK, Paratyphi is a Schedule 5 and CL3 pathogen, which means that we are quite limited on what we can do with it. So for example,
culturing is a problem.
Culturing is not necessarily the problem, but for example, an approach would be to sort them, but we can't really do FACS or sorting with this bacteria at the moment. It is something we are looking into necessarily, but it might, even if it is fixed bacteria, we of course lose some information there because we cannot expand them.
But the relative proportion is pretty high. So you can even do a live expansion and then see them by fixing. Maybe you'll be lucky to get a few colonies with majority of those pink if you do a partial culture from that.
It's definitely something.
Dilution means selection will be easy because there are lots of variation is there. So you may be lucky to, if you just do a culture randomly, and then some of them will grow up, and then you take a sample from there and do the fixing. Then if you get one of them colonies to be majority of that, you can go back to the original culture and you can have the live vector because you have to get the real player.
Thank you for this question. And I think you had another question or?
No, I was thinking that why this diversity you are seeing in the population, because if it is, this any bacteria, this is a question for any infectious disease biologist, that in the face of a pandemic or in the face of an epidemic, when the microbes are, mutating and they are so diverse, sometimes you are applying a vaccine which is targeting mainly the wild type. So that means you are suppressing the wild type.
Which is in interaction, so we don't have much time. Maybe in the tea time, time for discussion, but excellent work. Thank you. So we move on to our next speaker, and that's the last lecture in this session. Our speaker is Dr. Sourish Ghosh. He is from CSR Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata, and he will be talking on stomach viruses, replicate in salivary glands and transmit through saliva. So Sourish, podium is yours.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I thank the organizers of ASCOT and especially Dr. Shanta Datta for providing me this opportunity. So today I will be talking about a very path-breaking study that I conducted very recently, and it got accepted in Nature very recently in June 29th, where I discovered a new route of infection for enteric viruses and a new tropic tissue in salivary gland and transmitting through saliva. So I will be mainly focusing on the highlighted data. If you want to go for the details of, you can anytime visit this one, paper and find out more about this discovery. So to begin with, so rotavirus, norovirus, and astroviruses combined, they cause 1.5 billion infections per year globally, and the major cause of mortality and morbidity associated with, and we previously knew that they replicate in the intestine and shed into feces and transmit through fecal oral route to host via fecal contamination of hand and food or water surfaces. Now, we developed this model way back in 2017, 2018 in collaboration with Dr. Stephanie Cast lab in University of Florida, enteric virus model for murine norovirus, especially because rotavirus was previously there. And to point is that the pups have, as we know, have a very mature immune and digestive system, and it is prone to infection. When we started looking at this, obviously we found there is replication of these viruses in the initial period of time till 3 days post inoculation. But the most surprising thing came up, that how these animals, these young animals, were clearing out this infection from their intestine. So we looked at the secretory IgA level, the non-specific secretory IgA levels in the pups' gut, and found that surprisingly, these are increasing post 3-day post inoculation. Now, most of the source of the secretory IgA from the mother's milk. And we then moved on to study what is the secretory IgA levels in the mother's milk. And surprisingly, from the 3-day post inoculation, it shooted up. And this is totally correlating with this intestinal gut data. And it is also very interesting to note that first time we identified that these mammary glands of these mothers who are suckling these infected pups were having the virus to be replicated in the mammary epithelial cells and also in the B cells. And then we asked, like, how do enteric viruses from the pups reach the mother's mammary gland? And how does the mother's senses her pups that they are infected and increase her milk secretory IgA production? So to answer this in a conventional way, the mother, if they are sitting in the same cage as the pups who has diarrhea, will have been ingesting that virus, and the viral antigen presentation will be happening in the intestines and which will be moving to the mammary glands. But again, we have to keep this in mind, that this entire process will take a week or 10 days time, rather what we were observing in 3 days time. So to model that infection thing, I took this mother after 10 days of parturition, infected the mother through the oral route with the rotavirus, and found there was no increase of secretory IgA in the milk that we collected. Also, there was no, the mammary glands are not replicating the virus, whereas since we were orally gavaging them, the viruses were replicating in the intestine. So now the question was like, how do the enteric viruses from pups reach the mother's mammary gland? How does the mother sense her pup's infection? Again, so is it through the saliva? We devised some studies where we can collect the saliva from the adult infected mice. Obviously, it was difficult for us to get sizable amount of saliva from pups. And I observed that these viruses are replicating in the saliva, like transmitting the live viruses are being transmitted in the saliva. So there is saliva transmission, and also to corroborate our findings, we orally inoculated these saliva to young pups, where we found that they are replicating the virus in the intestine. And again, now, as we were expecting, we found that these submandibular glands are replicating the viruses, all the three viruses, the noro, rota, and the astroviruses. And also not only the acute strains of the virus, they are replicating the persistent strains of norovirus, and also transmitting the persistent strains of norovirus actively in the saliva till 21 days. So this was a very tricky experiment that I did by removing the major salivary gland and trying to find out what is the effect if the animals didn't have the salivary gland in the first place. So what I observed that initially in the intestine, these viruses were replicating equally till the third day, but fifth day onwards, the animals which were not having the salivary glands, there was a huge reduction in the viral infection in the intestine. This kind of tells us that the salivary glands are acting as viral reservoirs and continually infecting this small intestine and not letting the animal to clear out the viruses. Now, coming to another part of the story is that can this murine and human enteric virus can be propagated in salivary glands ex vivo. So we did this infectivity model in Salister. These are organoid models of salivary gland getting the spheroids to be infected, and observed that they are also replicating these two viruses over here. And also this is a very new discovery that the salivary gland cell lines, both are these epithelial cell lines, are replicating the human noroviruses, which is a very difficult task. And people were not finding a good model for replication of human noroviruses, because the present models suggest that only organoid models can only replicate these viruses. But over here we showed that these two epithelial cell lines are able to replicate these human noroviruses, which will be a breakthrough in vaccine development in the future. And as I mentioned, that specifically what we found that from the stool samples, we were isolating these vesicles. These are extracellular vesicles that we were isolating from the stool, and these were having the viruses in them. And we found that the vesicles were more infectious and replicating in these cell lines compared to the free viruses, which were not inside the vesicles in the stool. And we again corroborated our study with fish assay of the negative stranded RNA, which signifies replication, and showed that these viruses are replicating in these cell lines. Now, with these discoveries, it has opened the Pandora box of questions, like how salivary glands act as reservoir for enteric viruses, what are the roles of T cells and other immunoglobulins in the milk, and discovery of receptors for human norovirus, and what are the role of salivary gland resident microbiome even in the viral persistence. And some of the questions I will be asking in my new lab in Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata, like to answer why salivary glands are acting as reservoir and helping the viruses to replicate persistently in the system. With that, I would acknowledge all the members of my previous lab, our collaborators from NIAID, Dr. Kim Green, Matthew Hoffman, Jay Chiorini, and the great Yasmin Belkhaid from NIAID, and Oliver Voss. And also I would thank the core faculty for helping me out with these experiments, and NHLBI for supporting my postdoctoral work. So with that, I thank you for listening out to me very patiently. And if you have any questions, I'm open to answer them. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions? Maybe
Okay, sure. Yes.
What do you think that if the virus is in the salivary glands, right, and then maybe people are shedding it mostly during vomiting or something. Why do you think then it is called the winter vomiting disease? In UK during the winter times, you have lots of norovirus outbreaks, means these hospitals need to be closed down. So why do you think it increases in winter? Why not all over the year it happens?
So actually, norovirus are also known as a stomach flu, to have a correlation with the influenza that people observe. So I don't have a specific answer for that, like why it is happening, but it has been seen that in case of norovirus, it happens generally in the winter time. But like it may be not related to your question, but just to mention, the only thing that we were lacking in this paper, some of the clinical samples, we were not having that. But again, these mouse experiment, there was mice cannot vomit. They don't have the vomiting center. So whatever we were finding in the salivary gland was due to the replication happening in the salivary gland and throwing up into the saliva, and that is transmitting. So people previously have already observed that there is presence of these viruses in saliva, but they have not looked seriously because the human tends to vomit. And that's why maybe they have missed out on this aspect of viral replication in the salivary gland.
Just a quick addition to that. So means people are doing lots of oral virome studies these days. So have you come across any paper where people have looked into oral virome of human beings over the time, different regions, geographic, and maybe there people might have missed this, because if it is there in the salivary glands, people shouldn't miss this particular virus in the salivary gland. What do you think?
Yes, that's a very interesting question, and currently a very naive or maybe I can say virgin platform to study the microbiome. Apart from the intestine, the salivary glands are also mucosal tissues. There is very less research done in salivary gland microbiome, and we don't know how those microbiomes may be supporting the persistent replication of these viruses.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
one more question at the back.
Thank you. It's a very nice talk. I may have missed it, but did you find any adaptation to different cell types? So in the norovirus genome itself, were you able to look to see if there was any specific adaptations to different cell types or different locations?
So if I understand, is that you are asking, like, is there any difference in norovirus genomes after replication, or?
In the different parts, in the different body sites, is there any adaptation?
Okay, yeah. So we have not looked for that, but it's a very interesting question again, whether whatever we were inoculating in the salivary gland, it is maintaining the same genome inside. We did not look for that, but what we did some sequencing in next-gen sequencing, high-throughput sequencing of the salivary gland just to find out what is the status of the inoculated genome, and we were finding the replication in those strains.
Okay. If there is no more question, let us congratulate all the speakers for their excellent work and very good presentation. So over to organizer.
Thank you, Dr. Bilal and Dr. Swarnakar for chairing the session. I would like to thank our speakers for giving such valuable insights. Now I would request Dr. Bilal and Dr. Swarnakar to felicitate the speakers. Dr. Shubhra Chakraborty. Ma'am, can you please come down? Or ma'am, then stay, ma'am. They are going.
Yes, so the picture will come.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Mohammad Tafiqur Rahman Bhuiya. Dr. Mahima Chaudhary. Dr. Ali Maulana. And Dr. Shorish Ghosh. Now I would request Dr. Ryan to felicitate the chairperson of the session. So please felicitate Dr. Balal and Dr. Sharnukar. Dr. Balal. And Dr. Sharnukar. Thank you everyone for your kind attention. And now I would like to request everyone to move to Hall A for the closing ceremony. Thank you.